Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. National Anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth of toil. Our home is girt by sea, our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing advance Australia fair. Beneath our radiant Southern Cross, we'll toil with hearts and hands to make this commonwealth of ours renowned of all the lands. For those who've come across the seas with boundless plains to share, with courage let us all combine to advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing advance Australia fair.
That pumps you up, doesn't it? Please be seated. Huh?
We might be having some streaming problems.
All right, well, I can't wait for that. Item 1, attendance and apologies nil. Item 2, leave of absence nil. Item 3, condolences. I'll go to Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that a motion of condolence be passed and a message of sympathy be forwarded to Bill Stinchcombe and family on the passing of Margaret Neal.
Seconder, Councillor O'Neill.
Mr Mayor, Margaret Neal passed some weeks ago now, but she was a big contributor to our hinterland and particularly the multicultural community on the Gold Coast after she emigrated from Canada. It was a real pleasure to have her. She was heavily involved in the in the Multicultural Families Organisation for a season, and was also an avid participant in activities of the Mudgebar Lions Club. And her husband, Bill Stinchcombe, was the president for some time. Our deepest sympathies go to Bill and his family.
Councillors, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. I go to Councillor Gates.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move a motion of condolence and request a message of sympathy be sent to the family of Reverend, Canon, Leonard, Hilton, Nairn, OAM.
Seconder, Councillor Castro.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Len Nairn passed away on the 24th of April after a highly distinguished career, initially as a priest, but more widely recognised in our city as principal of All Saints Anglican School. Canon Nairn led the college for 15 years after guiding its development and being headmaster of the school from 1987 till 2001. Canon Nairn was an inspirational leader, loved by students and revered by his peers. The current headmaster, Matthew Corbett, has aptly paid tribute to Canon Nairn, describing a vision rooted in truth, faith and compassion. Today we honour Len's life and commitment to education. The Reverend Canon Len Nairn OAM was a man with the highest standards who instilled in so many of our children an enthusiasm for learning, strong Christian values and a hunger to succeed, but always with kindness and respect. Our sympathy is extended to Len's wife Varda, his children and grandchildren, and the wider Gold Coast community. Rest in peace, Canon Nairn. You were one of the best.
Councillor Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Gates, for that. Yeah, I just wanted to say a few words. Obviously knew Len very well. My son actually attended All Saints School. I actually remember his interview when he went in to speak with Len, and when my son came out, I said, "How did it go?" He said we spent the whole time talking about cricket. So I said, "Great." So he was a big cricket fan, and he was a lovely, lovely man. They were massive shoes to fill when he left All Saints, but because he was such a visionary and he was such a guiding light, All Saints as a school was always so meticulous about who they brought in, because they knew that to measure up to Len was going to be difficult. And to their credit, they have just been amazing at All Saints, with Patrick Wallace coming in and now Matt Corbett. And they knew that they needed to live up to those values of Len, and they did. And I know he was very, very proud of them and the school. He has really left a tremendous legacy. Great man, great school, and very, very sad to see that he's passed. I only saw him, I say it was probably about two to 3 years ago at an All Saints function, and he still had, a great wit. He was great. He was great company, as I say, great man. So rest in peace, Len.
Okay. Councillor Tozer.
May I be added, please?
Added. Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Doran. You want to be added? Councillor Castro. I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Motion carried. Item 4, Mayoral Minutes, councillors. There are 3 Mayoral Minutes. The first one is the Cliffbird War Memorial and Park upgrades. Councillors, I move that we approve the allocation of $132,500 from the Mayor's allocation to Cliffbird Park War Memorial and Park Upgrades Project in accordance with the Divisional Budget Policy Project 91687. First up, I want to recognise the contribution that Councillor Young already put his LAW of $132,500. And these contributions are made in recognition of the strong community expectation for a permanent and appropriate Anzac Day memorial location, the regional significance of the memorial and services it will accommodate, the substantial co-investment secure for from the Queensland Government and divisional funding, and Council's role in honouring service and sacrifice and support community commemoration. Councillor Young, do you want to add further? Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you indeed for bringing forward this Mayoral Minute, which of course I support, and I imagine all councillors will. You've mentioned most of the material in your document, most of the background, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. A local, Mr. Benson, a veteran himself, erected a memorial on the CWA property, which previously had been an RSL property many years ago, and he did that without the consent and conducted Anzac Day services there for about 20 years, and they gathered a big audience. It was a very popular service. But a couple of years ago, almost about this time, the CWA said we can't allow that to continue, and it caught everyone by surprise, and the community was very much disappointed. And the most impressive thing to me has been the collegiate nature of the work of the elected councillors and the elected state member, Mr. Boothman, who've collectively worked to try to establish a new vision, a new outcome, and we've identified Cliffbird Park, which is in Division 5, just a couple of kilometres away. We've now conducted 2 services there quite well, a beautiful setting with the mooing cows and the flocks of geese overhead and all of that sort of natural element in the hinterland. It's a very beautiful service location. These funds that you're contributing will go together with the state members' fund or the money Mr. Boothman has secured from the state, $400,000, and divisional funds, collectively will have a really nice permanent memorial presence at the park. And to her credit, Councillor Fowler's been very proactive in securing a strong level of success or confidence from the arborist in the relocation of a tree from the CWA park, which was planted about 16 years ago, I think, in honour of a serving member who passed away or who was killed in Afghanistan serving our country. So his wife was at the last service. We're going to relocate that tree to Cliffbird Park. There's a good prospect of it surviving. His wife was at the service at this Anzac Day past. Just so happy that that has been done. So thank you, Councillor Fowler, for your particular action, and Councillor Gates and I are both contributing to the funds for the relocation of that tree as a further example of this cooperative spirit. So we're working well together in the hinterland there, Mr. Mayor, and your contribution is a great support and I really appreciate you doing that without hesitation. And I'm sure that the community will be very welcoming of that. We hope to have this new memorial erected before Anzac Day next year. And I endorse your recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous.
Thank you.
Councillor, the second one is regional leadership in disaster management. Councillors, I move that we approve the submission of the attached motion of the 2026 Local Government Association of Queensland Annual Conference to be held on the 19th to the 20th October 2026 in Cairns. And that approval is given by the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mark Hamill, to attend the 2026 LGAQ Annual Conference on the 19th to the 21st October in Cairns, in accordance with the councillor support policy as the city's voting delegate, and to submit an advocate for the motion on behalf of the city. And that council notes that the motion aligned with the Council of the City of the Gold Coast recognised regional disaster management leadership role and commitment to improve outcomes of Queensland communities. Councillors, there's a preamble there. I'd recommend this to you for the vote. Does anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. 4.3, entitled Accessibility Improvements at the Gold Coast Sport and Leisure Centre, Carrara. Councillors, I move that Council approve a funding contribution of $14,000 from the mayoral budget allocation in accordance with the divisional budget policy to support wheelchair accessibility upgrades at the Gold Coast Sport Precinct, Carrara, and specifically for improved access to PWD toilets at the Gold Coast Sports and Leisure Centre. 2, that Council notes the funding will enable delivery of one additional PWD toilet door widening and automated access door as part of the planned accessibility enhancement works. 3, that Council notes that further assessment change room renovation works at the Gold Coast Sports and Leisure Centre are planned and budget for delivery in 2026-27 financial year. Councillor Castro, I yield to you for some comments.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor, for acting on this so promptly. But yeah, there have been some issues, as you say, with accessibility, and I know that you and indeed all of us put accessibility very, very high on the agenda, and your quick action is going to be very much appreciated. And if we do need any more, I know that's going to do one more. I'm quite happy to so if we need to do more there, yeah, I'm quite happy to put in through divisional funds as well for anything else that needs to be done. But again, thanks, Mr. Mayor, because it was a big issue, and yeah, it's great that it's now happening. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, anyone want to speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Confirmation of minutes, item 5, councillors. So move for acceptance, Councillor Tozer, second to Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any amendments, councillors, or corrections? Move for adoption, Councillor Tozer, second to Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Mayor's report. Item 6. Um, 5th of April, Easter United councillors attend the annual Easter Unite celebration at Broadwater Parkland Southport. The afternoon saw thousands of Gold Coasters take to the Great Lawn as 27 Gold Coast churches and organisations, as well as 181 volunteers, came together to celebrate Easter Sunday service. The event also featured food trucks, a kids' activity space, marketplace, and live performances. And then on the 2 days later, 7th of April, Today Show live Weather Cross, Broadwater Tourist Park to mark a bumper Easter school holidays period. I joined Today Show weather presenter Taylor Haynes for live crosses from the Broadwater Tourist Park. We cooked a few pancakes there, about 1,000 pancakes that morning. I only did a few. Anyway, next one is the Swimming Australia Open, 7th of April that day. Had the privilege of attending the 2026 Australia Swimming Open at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. I want to recognise Gina Reinhardt was there and really one of the biggest supporter of the swimming. And so we saw top swimmers take the pool, including Molly O'Callaghan, Kaylee McCurran and Carl Chalmers. Our city has proven itself to be an incubator for Olympic champions, and events like this provide a stepping stone for the next generation of global superstars. Then the 8th of April, meeting with the Director General of the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Brisbane, and Mr. William Fang, and we discussed our trip to Taiwan each year, and China Airlines has sponsored the Gold Coast Marathon and attracting hundreds of runners from Taiwan. Next one is IFAG. It's a flag football event, and we had representative from International Federation of American Football and the NFL Commissioner Roger Gould at a free school holiday flag football event, Seabus Stadium, Robina. And during the visit, the Commissioner announced an initiative to provide every school in Australia with the NFL flag football kit ahead of the Sports Olympic debut in LA 28. Next one is the Brisbane 2032 Board Regional Visit. It was a pleasure to welcome the Brisbane 2032 Board to the Star Broadbeach. During the visit, we toured key sites across the city to discuss Olympic readiness, capability. Before I can deliver a welcome address at the Brisbane Community Centre, the visit was conducted, and they saw all of our facility, and they know that we are games ready. The Australian Highland Dancing Championship. Yeah, that's me in the middle. It was fantastic to officially welcome competitors to the 2026 Australian Highland Dancing Championship to the Gold Coast Sports and Leisure Centre Carrara. The championships is in its 50th year history. This is only the 5th time Queensland has hosted the event. Phoenix Gold Coast Triathlon. I joined supporters at the finishing line for the 2026 Phoenix Gold Coast Triathlon at Broadwater Parklands, and celebrating its 40th anniversary this year. Gold Coast Triathlon saw more than 1,500 competitors take to the start line, and with 1,000 kids taking part in the Free Kids Triathlon the day before. St. Anna's Greek Orthodox Community Easter celebration. It was a privilege to join congregation at St. Anna's Greek Orthodox Church in Bundall. I was joined by parish priest Father Roman and other members, and Bishop Bartholomew came down from the Gold Coast as well. And of course, we would have lamb for lunch, which we did. Meeting with Bus Stop Films. I met with Bus Stop Film CEO Tracy Corbin Matchett to discuss their accessibility filmmaking program. Delivering in partnership with Griffith University, the program gives young Gold Coasters adults living with an intellectual disability access to weekly filmmaking. So Bus Stop Film delivers the program and support more than 20 local creatives on the Gold Coast. The Gold Coast program includes Strawberry Cheesecake, now streaming on Stan and fully subscribed in Auslan. Next one is Blues on Broadbeach 25th Anniversary Media Call. 25 years since Broadbeach Blues on Broadbeach was started. During the media call, I caught up with festival favourite Ash Gunwald and Case Edgar, where the Blues Bus made this festival debut. So it's on the 14th of May to the 17th. Over 76 incredible artists will light up 18 stages in Broadbeach. Then on the 16th, 17th, the moment highlights the White Rabbit collection of Chinese contemporary art opening at the Hodder Gallery. Had the privilege of guided tour, and I was joined by Councillor Hamill, Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, and Honourable John Paul Langbrook. It features 35 bowl works. Here's the thing, at the moment at Hodder, this is a tremendous exhibition, and it's free. Matter of fact, every single gallery at Hodder at the moment is free for all. And so we want Gold Coasters to go and really appreciate that. And I'll give you an example. Just one piece to assemble it. And I said, "Oh, it looks pretty big." And they said, "Yes, it's 900 kilos, nearly 1 ton. That's just one piece." And there's a tremendous amount of work that they've done. So if you've got time, have a look at that. You'll be amazed. And then the 2026 Gold Coast Harmony Festival. I was joined by Councillor Patterson and Councillor Wilkinson, and also Angie Bell, member for Moncrief, Honourable Sam Connor, and His Excellency Dr. Pramono, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to Australia, and Mr. Padaka Songdak, Consul General of the Republic of Indonesia in Sydney. And so I had the pleasure of welcoming Gold Coasters and distinguished guests to the 2026 Gold Coast Harmony Festival. Next one is the opening night of the Gold Coast Film Festival. A lot of councillors were there. Councillor Gates, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor O'Neill were in attendance. Not sure of any others there, but they're the ones I ran into. It was a pleasure to deliver a welcome address on opening night at the Gold Coast Film Festival. And this year program features films from leading festivals including Cannes, Berlin, Sundance, Venice and Toronto. Queensland Music Award. I attended the Queensland Music Award at Miami Maquetta. I think Councillor Tozer was there as well. And it was a fun night, I have to say. And during the award, I had the honour of announcing the song of the year was Kiss Me Like You're Leaving. by Jem Cassadaley. He's a she's a star in her own right, but just happened to be a daughter of Troy Cassadaley, of which we all know. And yeah, incredible what Miami Makeda can do. It's a credit to is it Emma? Yeah, it's incredible. So yes, and I could just say congratulations, Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, it was great that night. Miami Marquetta picked up Regional Venue of the Year for Queensland, which was pretty exciting, and also Dan Devine and Broadbeach picked up Accessible Venue of the Year. So it was really great seeing some of the Gold Coast. There was a bunch of Gold Coast acts that also picked up awards. Holo Coast picked up the Export Award from Sounds Australia, and there was a number of other Gold Coast acts involved. It was a really, for the first time that the Queensland Music Awards has been held outside Brisbane, it was a really great promotion of our city and a great venue in Emma and the team at Marquetta. It was a great night.
No, it's excellent. And then on the 23rd of April, premiere screening of Beast at Gold Coast Film Festival. I joined Aussie star of the show, Daniel McPherson, Luke Hemsworth, Liam Hemsworth, and as well as director Tyler Atkinson, multi-area award-winning artist who was in the movie, Amy Shark, on the red carpet and in the green room, and it was great fun to catch up with all the Aussies there, and great talent and great movie. I recommend you to have a look at it. So anyhow, next one is Rumble on the Beach Skating Event Media Call, and I joined Olympic gold medalist and proud Gold Coaster Arisa Through at Pizzy Park. I have to say, she did the media interview. One of the best media performer I've seen. I think she's only 14 or 15, and she's a great chance for LA 28. Looking forward to see her in Brisbane 32, and what a wonderful lady. Nature-based tourism funding stage 2 launch. It was fantastic to announce the stage 2 of funding application for the city nature base. The first round went really well, $2.5 million worth of funding, 23 local tourism across the Gold Coast tourism business, and we've got another 2.5 million funding available, and we split it in two categories, the small grants of under 100,000 and a larger grant above 100,000. I think it's one of the best things we've done, councillors, for nature-based tourism. Anzac Day, commemoration Anzac Day. I had the honour of receiving the salute at the Anzac Day Community Parade in Southport. I know that Councillor Patterson and Councillor Castor were there, and we laid our wreath and respect. And that's the end of my report, councillors. I move that the Mayor's report be noted and welcome. Second to Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Next item, clarification of members, is nil. Next one, business arising from the minutes. I've got nil. Mr. Sear, is the presentation on?
With your permission, I'll let you know.
Mr. Sear, can you get the presentation for the National Basketball League expansion, councillors? So we'll do the presentation in open. I think there's some commercial in confidence as part of the presentation. So when it gets to there, they'll let me know. I'll move a procedural motion and we'll go into close. And come on in. Yep, come on in, gentlemen. So, Councillor, first I'll go to CEO Invest, Mark Gerard, if you can do the introduction.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors. It's a pleasure for me to be able to introduce to you Mr. Larry Kesselman, the owner of NBL in Australia, who's come to speak to us today about an exciting opportunity for the Gold Coast. Just given the nature of the material we'll be discussing today, I move, Mr. Mayor, that we go into a closed session.
Oh, okay. I'll move then. Councillors, I move we go into closed commercial and confidence. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Streaming off. way. Okay. So
Oh, sorry. Streaming is on. So
not open yet. I didn't take the vote.
you didn't take the vote. Yeah, turn it off. Please. Thank you.
Saying it's off.
Yeah, it's not working.
Open.
Streaming on. Thumbs up. Action.
Going old school.
Yeah. Conflict of interest declaration. Item 10. Mr. Sione.
Not that I'm aware of.
No. Nil. Now we go to committees. 11.1. Planning. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that the minutes of the 867th Planning and Regulation Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 21st of April 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 8 be received.
Second, Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, we might start off the innings with 6.5 if we could, please.
6.5. First up, any decorations on that? No. Back to Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, happy to move the item, and for one of a second, we'll speak to it.
Okay. Move, Councillor Hamill. Second to Councillor Wilkinson.
Mr Mayor, just wanted to go over a few details on this item. We had a lot on the Planning Committee agenda, so just thought revisiting a few items on this one. 440 to 442, the Esplanade Palm Beach, an amalgamated site, so 2 blocks amalgamated together into an 824 square metre site. There's an existing code approval in place, so this is one of those scenarios where we've seen the code approval given and other change application is made to add additional height on top. Mr Mayor, on this application, the height increase is seeking 12.1 additional metres and 4 storeys to go from 29 metres to 41.1 metres, increasing the overall units from 16 to 20. It remains compliant with car parking, the acceptable outcomes. There is no reduction in communal space or private rec space. Mr Mayor, what there has been is significant improvements to the built form, which are well demonstrated on page 3/2022 with a comparison from the code to the impact DA. Mr Mayor, of interest with this one, the 2 buildings, this building and the one next door, were both done by the same architect at the same time. So we actually saw a scenario where the 2 buildings have been designed with setbacks and separations and balcony heights and privacy elements to consider that of each other, which is a good outcome. Mr Mayor, this application received 428 submissions during public notification. The summary and responses to all those public submissions can be found on page 350 to 355 of the committee report. There were a few of the matters raised by submitters I wanted to touch on briefly. Mr Mayor, one was a concern raised about the display of the public notification sign. When the application went into public notification, there was concerns raised that the sign was not visible due to construction vehicles and whatnot in front of it at certain times. Mr Mayor, just to confirm that as soon as officers were made aware of that, they reached out to the applicant's consultants to let them know those concerns had been raised and measures were taken to make sure that the visibility was there. My understanding is that happened in a very short time frame and officers are comfortable that all requirements under legislation for public notification were adhered to. Mr Mayor, one of the other main things raised in the application, in the submissions, was a request for this item to go to planning and full council, which it has, which is a really good outcome. Mr Mayor, submitters also raised concerns about the impact and availability of local infrastructure, which there was a really good response from officers explaining that officers were made aware of this, that a review by all the internal referrals of our existing networks, and to confirm that for this additional density on the site, the available local infrastructure can carry it. Mr Mayor, one of the other concerns also raised, which I thought was a good one just to call out, was submitters raised concerns about shadowing on the beach, which I'm happy to confirm as per the officer's response that the shadow diagrams demonstrate that there's no shadows cast by this development extending onto the beach at any time during the year. That there will be an afternoon shadow that falls across the public oceanway. However, this only occurs in the late afternoon, ensuring the oceanway receives sunlight during the morning and middle of the day. Mr Mayor, one of the other issues raised by submitters was character, suggesting that there were no other developments which exceed 29 metres in the near vicinity. I just think it's important for the record to clarify that that is not the case. In fact, there are several developments both approved and built in the local vicinity that exceed 29 metres. Some examples of these were 1395 to 1405 Gold Coast Highway, 436 to 438 the Esplanade, 488 to 492 the Esplanade, 2C 27th Avenue, and 472, 474 and 476 the Esplanade. Mr Mayor, one of the other matters discussed at committee was concerns raised by Councillor Martin around the cumulative impacts of this many towers in a cluster. We explore that at committee a little bit further. Officers explain that there's no assessment benchmarks in our planning scheme that look at that, but it's a site-by-site basis. Officers were comfortable that all the towers in this cluster are slightly different heights with slightly different roof finishes, and that we were achieving the benchmark which is in the planning scheme about a varied and orderly skyline. However, I do think it's something to explore in the new planning scheme, that possibly we give officers a benchmark so they could push back a little bit more to get slightly more variance in roof forms to help with breaking up that tower form. Mr Mayor, overall, I believe this is an exceptional outcome. It's been assessed against the 50% uplift criteria, found to be deserving by officers and by committee, and would encourage all councillors here today to support the approval.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, comments been made in this chamber around Palm Beach, that Palm Beach was planned for these high-rise outcomes. I wanted to take a moment to address that because it also relates to this application. Prior to the 2016 plan, the medium density residential zone of Palm Beach was 7 stories, but as part of the future amendments in the 2016 plan, the stories was dropped off and metres came in, being 29 metres or 7 stories. But what the practical outcomes of those changes from stories to metres is that what we see now is 10-storey developments in that 29-metre height overlay. That is also compounded now, as we see today, where we have a code application has come back for the height uplift for a further 4 stories of the development outcome. So, Mr Mayor, I do not agree that this, by design, was taking a medium density area to a high density area in a city plan. In fact, it was the change of stories to height, which has allowed for a few more stories to creep in by stealth, compounded by the height uplift. Now, I wasn't a councillor at the time when the height uplift came in, but if I was reading the city plan, I would take comfort in the checkpoint of the height uplift being that they occur in limited circumstances. And as part of that limited circumstances test, you look at the local character and identity. But Mr Mayor, what we did see at Planning Committee, and Councillor Hamill has touched on, is a clustering is being seen through this application. In fact, there'll be, I think, 4 full height uplift neighbouring buildings, and I think this is about my 6th full height uplift consecutive development application. So thank you all for the patience. But so what we're seeing is not limited circumstances. We're seeing a pattern, and the community, my local community, have raised so many objections against that. In that they are supportive of renewal, they're supportive of limited circumstances, but not as a matter of application. And what we're seeing here is consistent applications, neighbouring sites. I think we talked about what is the impact. Palm Beach doesn't have a foreshore. It is opposite the Esplanade. Now, we looked at the shadowing impacts, but Mr Mayor, they did stop at 3 p.m. Now, it does extend onto the sand. It extends onto the beach past the A-line, and after 3 p.m, they will extend onto the sand. And that foreshore, that beach, is the open space of Palm Beach, so it will have a material impact. And the fact that they are clustered together, creating essentially a wall, really impacts the open space that the density of Palm Beach relies on. Mr Mayor, excuse me, I lost my page here. Whilst there was talk about, okay, well, the limited circumstances cannot be applied based on a neighbouring site, that it's evaluative per site, what we do have in the city plan is the ability to restrict undesirable settlement patterns. And Mr Mayor, I think the clustering of full height uplift, not fulfilling the limited circumstances, does start to create an undesirable settlement pattern where we've got a medium density residential zone that is acting like a high density residential zone. I acknowledge that I don't have the support of the council on that regard, but I will be pushing that absolutely for the new city plan. And I think it is a loophole that we absolutely must correct in the new city plan.
Question, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just, I wanted to question whether I'm reading it correctly, which says that the change in this application goes from a car parking ratio of 51 car parks, and now we're adding 31, proposing to add 31 bedrooms and removing one of the car spaces. So essentially reducing the car parking rate and adding 31 bedrooms. And I'm just wondering if the officers could help me understand how that ratio is worked out and if there's any street parking available in the immediate vicinity.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Doran, Mr Mayor's just coming out now, but my understanding was they had a surplus in the previous iteration, so that's why they could move that around. In regard to on-street, I don't know if Mick's got any information on that there.
What's wrong, Mick? You want to add to that? Go ahead.
Apologies, Mr Mayor. I was just going to say Alicia's got that one correct. There was a surplus in the original application.
Perfect. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd be interested to hear from the officers on the two comments that Councillor Martin made, particularly the impact on the A-line and breaching that. So if I could just hear comment on that, thanks.
Go to Mick. Mick, over to you.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. Would you mind if I couldn't quite hear the question on the A-line?
Can you repeat that? The A-line.
Oh, from Councillor Martin.
There was a comment by Councillor Martin that this would impact on public space and go over the A-line. Shadow. Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So the shadow assessment is undertaken for all applications that go over on the building height. In this instance, the officer's assessment found that it did comply with the beach shadow provisions of the city plan, and that's why it was found to be compliant with the shadow provisions.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. And the other comment that Councillor Martin made regarding that cluster effect, is there any grounds under our city plan definitions where we can rule on that basis?
Through you, Mr Mayor, not in my opinion, there isn't. So the city plan has this area all in the one zone with the same zoning provisions, the same building height provisions and the same strategic planning provisions. There aren't any clustering provisions in the city plan that come into play here.
Okay, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a quick clarification. It says officer recommendation is for approval. Sometimes it says approval with conditions. This one just has approval. I just wanted to know whether that, sometimes it's inconsistent. I just want to check whether there are conditions going to be placed on this approval or whether it's just approval.
Through you, Mr Mayor, it is an approval recommendation with conditions. Those conditions are in the attachment.
Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I just have a question about the clustering, because at committee we were shown a perspective that the applicant put forward that did show a bulky group of buildings of similar height. And we've just heard Mr Moran say there's nothing in the planning scheme, but isn't it so that the strategic framework suggests we want a varied skyline? So when an application becomes impact, even though you have to consider each and every one on its merits, wouldn't it then be necessary to check that we are still delivering a varied skyline as the strategic framework suggests?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I believe the image that Councillor Gates was talking about is on page 450 of the agenda. That was an image provided by the applicant, but it did show the adjoining buildings just as simple sort of block diagrams. Each of those buildings is going to have a unique architectural design. They've all been assessed and found to comply with the city plan. So all three surrounding ones will be slightly different, slightly varied, and have an appearance that doesn't result in what that actual block diagram looks like. It'll show, I think, in my opinion, a good outcome with variances, differences and interest between all the buildings.
I appreciate your advice on that, but my question is, does it require the officers, once an impact assessable application is lodged, to ensure that a varied skyline is being delivered in line with what City Plan says, that we want a varied skyline.
Through you, Mr Mayor, apologies, you're correct, Councillor Gates, and in the officer's assessment, this proposal would add to that varied skyline because all of those buildings do have variation within them.
All right, Councillor Doran.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, this question coming to me just now is, in relation to my question before about the car park, could I just get some clarification on whether or not the Transport Code overlay AO1 and PO1, which relates to car parking, applies through this area. I just would like to be reminded, if you wouldn't mind, whether or not that has an application towards the light rail. That obviously there's a bit of limbo in the decision. Like, does the delivery of a stage 4 influence what those outcomes are? In other words, I suppose what I'm saying, Mr Mayor, is do we have a lower ratio because we're anticipating a light rail through there?
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, the Transport Code in this area doesn't give any weight to the light rail. So this is these are car parking rates that are being put into the city plan on the assumption there is no light rail around it.
Speaking for the motion, Councillor Hamilton closed.
Mr Mayor, appreciate that. Appreciate Councillor Martin's comments and a few questions. I think important just to revisit a couple of them. Just the suggestion possibly that it was by stealth to introduce meters with stories. Now, I wasn't here in 2016, but I'm guessing there was a purpose behind that, and my idea would be was probably to give flexibility to allow for individual sites to allow to occur out. So just to clarify, like, it was there, it was in the planning scheme that was adopted by council of the day, adopted by the state government of the day, so not stealth, done on purpose would be my guess. Mr Mayor, the suggestion around high density, and I'm not sure if Councillor Martin was referring more broadly in the area, but we're talking about a development of 20 units, so hardly high density. 20 units in a single development on an 800 square metre site is not high density by any means. It might be above the overlay for the density over that site, but as we have learnt a lot recently, that's just an overlay to trigger an impact. It's not suggestive of an imperative of not being able to deliver that density. 20 units, definitely not high density. Mr Mayor, the varied skyline I think is really interesting. It is one of those ones that comes up all the time. It's also one that we've got a fair bit of guidance in court judgments on, where court assessment has made it fairly clear that just looking at the height in metres of buildings next to each other is not the only thing to consider for a varied and orderly skyline, that the court does put a lot of emphasis on the design of the building, the top plate of the building, recesses on top of the building, that the court doesn't have an issue with the idea of two buildings next to each other being the same height, as long as they don't look exactly the same. Is there variation in it? Mr Mayor, we achieve that here on this one. They've purposely chosen, after direction from officers, to recess those top units in further to give that variance at the top levels. Again, Mr Mayor, limited circumstances. I'm not 100% sure why we're revisiting this one. It's been made well and truly clear what the officer position and the court position is on limited circumstances. The court's position is that it wasn't limited circumstances suggesting there was a quantity in an area. It is meant to be read as in the limited circumstances where you meet all of these criteria. So there is no quantity put on it. It's not suggesting that you can only have so many of them in a certain area, which, Mr Mayor, I think comes to the clustering point that's been raised today. If you look in very close at only one street block and only look at 4 or 5 applications and look at it that way, you're going to get a very small view. We continue to be encouraged by officers and by the court to look more broadly, that you don't have to go far from this application to see that there's lots of things being approved that are at 29 metres. There's lots of things being approved and built that are somewhere between 29 and 43, that we are seeing things of different heights and different variances across Palm Beach. We've been encouraged not to go to that very block-based level, to look from Talabudra to Grumman Creek, from the ocean to the M1 when considering the character of Palm Beach. So while I'm very keen in the new planning scheme to talk about benchmarks may assist officers in variation orderly skyline, I'm very comfortable that this application that is before us today to be decided meets all those criteria, and again would encourage councillors to support it here today.
Okay. Councillor, the debate's closed. I'll put the motion to you. Division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Patterson, Councillor LaCastra, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor.
Against?
Councillor Doran, Councillor Young, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Motion carried. Councillor Hamill?
Mr Mayor, second up, if we go to 6.1, if we could please.
6.1, councillors. Any declaration there, councillors? No. Councillor Hamill?
Mr Mayor, there is a small change to the recommendation that is with our support staff that I would seek to introduce. And once that's up on the screen, we'll then seek a seconder before speaking to it.
Okay, seconder. Councillor Patterson?
Mr Mayor, the change has just come up in red.
No, Councillor Patterson is...
Mr Mayor, with the second open debate, if I could, just to explain, first of all, the change in red at number 5, and then just more broadly on this item. Mr Mayor, the change in number 5 comes about from a lot of discussion and debate, and then further questions and conversation since committee on where do we sit inside the Gold Coast Homelessness Network, and how do we continue to put forward that position of being wanting to collaborate with that key stakeholder, but with all stakeholders. So Mr Connery and his team have gone away since committee, I think had a lot of one-on-one conversations with councillors about what we were seeking from that, what words did we want to see in a recommendation to send an even clearer signal about what that collaboration looks like for us. So Mr Mayor, attachment 1 I think has been sent around to all councillors. If it hasn't, I'll make sure that it is afterwards, but it just brings some more detail to where we see that collaboration piece, where some of that critical information and data that we gather every week in this space is fed into that, and how we're getting information and data back out of those other key stakeholders. Mr Mayor, the update to compliance, sorry Mr Mayor, I think I'm hearing that the attachment hasn't been sent around to all councillors is what's going on. Yeah. That could be of it. Mr Mayor, the place-based approach to the compliance-led strategy is an update from the approach that we commenced 12 months ago, where we went from a welfare approach to a compliance-led approach. This update reflects an operational change to help us be more proactive in this space. Mr Mayor, currently at the moment, our local law officers are reactive in this space. When a councillor lodges a complaint with a member of the public lodges a complaint, our local law officers are tasked to go out and then commence action on that site. With the place-based approach, it's acknowledging that that reactive approach can only take us so far, and that if we want to deliver further on this, we need a place-based approach and a more proactive piece in the space. Mr Mayor, what it would mean is that with additional resources, which will need to be considered through the 26-27 budget for additional local law officers, Mr Mayor, that appendix is now up on the screen. It would mean that with those additional resources being granted through the 26-27 budget, with additional local law officers out in the field, that we could proactively patrol the most highly frequented areas of complaints. We all know where they are, the ones that are in our divisions, especially councillors with the coastal foreshore area. It would mean that we could have officers there beforehand, that instead of waiting a day or 3 days or a week before receiving the complaint and then sending a local law officer out, that we might be there the same day as someone starts to establish a camp. We could be talking with that person that day and maybe explaining that this is not the right place for this, putting them in contact earlier with the appropriate stakeholders. So it brings that proactive piece into the space. Mr Mayor, I just wanted to finish the open by acknowledging again, and I think all councillors at committee were very strong on this, that we acknowledge our place in the broader ecosystem of this, that we are a stakeholder, but we're not the key stakeholder. Our role as local government is the compliance of local laws, and that we need to do that job as per the local laws. But wherever possible, we are still taking that welfare approach, that when we're working with someone that we know is already working with the Department of Housing, is already on a path to hopefully finding a roof over their heads, we're not moving those people on straight away. We're working with them and with the Department of Housing. This does really enable us, but to concentrate on those people in those certain parks and foreshore areas that are not working with QPS, are not working with the Department of Housing, who are the ones causing hundreds and hundreds of complaints to the city. They're the ones that are demonstrating some behaviour in public spaces that is not acceptable, and will really enable us to get QPS involved more early in the piece and hopefully move those people on. Mr Mayor, I'll just finish by acknowledging all the stakeholders in this space, QPS, the Department of Housing, the Gold Coast Homeless Network, all of the government and not-for-government agencies that are in the space. And hopefully with the support of this updated recommendation today, we continue to all work as stakeholders on supporting those who need it and appropriately dealing with those who are not willing to accept the support.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I rise with some reticence because I know how complex this issue is, and I also appreciate the great work, the work of Luke Connery and Matt Werner in trying to deal with this issue across the city. But I have a real ideological issue with the idea of compliance strategies with people experiencing homelessness. People experiencing homelessness, can't be forced to find a home. There isn't a compliance mechanism that can make someone not be homeless. Even in hearing what Councillor Hamill has the remarks he's used in his opening statement, he talks about people being antisocial in parks. There's no issue in my mind that we undertake compliance-led strategies for people misbehaving in parks or breaking the law or, doing something that's wrong. But this idea of wedding compliance to homelessness seems compassionless. And I can't support this motion today because, the motion at Clause 2 and the motion at Clause 4 clearly indicates this idea of a compliance-based strategy for people experiencing homelessness. I just don't think that's what we're doing. I am encouraged in the committee when we talked about this matter. Whilst I'm not a member of the planning committee, I came specifically for this matter, and I was encouraged to hear that there is training being provided to some of our local law officers to help them be more nuanced in their approach to dealing with this issue. I think that's a really good step in the right direction, and frankly, it seems to be starting to move some of our team a bit further towards what I thought was a relatively good model in the public space liaison officer program we used to have. But unfortunately, until we can really move down to a program that has regard for the humanity involved in people experiencing homelessness, that adequately recognises that it's a council issue to deal with misbehaving in public parks and not to deal with homelessness. Homelessness is a matter exclusively for the state. There isn't a way I can support this motion today, and I just thank you.
Okay. Speaking for the motion, Councillor Peter.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to point out first with the Appendix A, if you don't mind bringing that back up and scrolling down to the highlighted paragraph. That is the change that's being promoted through this motion, Mr Mayor. That where appropriate and for those individuals actively engaging with support pathways, city officers may engage with homelessness support agencies and the rough sleeping working group. So that's the change that is being promoted in the appendix. So it doesn't effectively change the nature of the recommendation from the committee. I support it. And I've asked the officers to look at a letter received this morning from the CEO of, I've forgotten the name, Q Shelter, addressed to yourself and all councillors. I think it was a very well articulated letter which identifies the complexity of the turf that we're dealing with here and the issue. And the officers have responded to say that they believe that the matters raised by the CEO of Q Shelter can be appropriately accommodated within this highlighted paragraph. So I'm rising to speak in support of it. I wanted to say this, there are certainly people in our public places who are acting in a very antisocial way, and I had that experience at Highland Park just recently. People had been putting up with this fellow living in the park for some months until he began to encroach on their private property, breaking into their properties, allegedly, breaking fences and trying to get inside the actual homes and intimidating people, and people were really unhappy about their kids not being able to go to the park because there was a lot of syringes there and that sort of stuff near the playground. So there are elements of antisocial behaviour sometimes related to folks who are homeless and sleeping in parks. Not all the time. The local people put up with it, but then the complaints started coming. QPS were involved, our people were involved, and the person was dealt with in accordance with the policy. He was approached and he was counselled, he was given advice and recommendations, It's very limited because we know there's just not enough social housing in the city. There's not enough proper support for the people in these circumstances who are at the lowest of the low, and really need a significant policy to be determined by all levels of government in conjunction with each other, and we're not seeing that happening. So we're dealing with the here and now, the people in the park who are occupying, and this fellow refused to move, and 2 weeks later his stuff was taken away. There's about 12 tonnes of material taken away. And so I reported that on the local social media page because I thought people might be pleased to see there'd been some effort. Well, that post went viral, and as of this morning there are about 440,000 views of that post. And there is a lot of volatility in the community broadly about how we deal with homeless people. Certainly the folks in Highland Park were happy with the outcome because they can feel confident and comfortable going to the park now and not having this person breaking into their homes. But across the board, people are very concerned about how we deal with homelessness because it's people at their lowest, and we've got to have a heart, and I believe that heart is incumbent in our community. It's there all the time. We see acts of kindness all the time. Councillor Tozer is very much driven by that, I'm sure. And so it's a very difficult matter for us to find the right balance, but I think that we are getting to that right balance, and I support the inclusion of this slight change to the policy, which I think will come out well on the ground. And I thank the officers for their approach to it, their sincere consideration of the welfare of these people, and endorse the recommendation. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Speak against the motion. I'll go to Councillor Patterson speak for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate this opportunity. As Council is aware, I was the lead advocate on our Gold Coast homelessness action plan when we brought it in a few years ago. It is a matter close to my heart. I support this today because it has taken a measured approach across our obligations to our city and also to the homeless people who are dealing with very difficult and frankly wicked circumstances. Mr. Mayor, I wanted to call out point 3, that Council notes the continued effort of the Gold Coast Homelessness Network and supports the reinstatement of the city's role as a collaborator. I had the opportunity to meet with the head of Gold Coast Homeless Network on Friday, Ms. Maria Liebeck, and to speak with Mr. Connery about the opportunity for us to reconnect that. So to be clear, the Gold Coast Homelessness Network have different kind of relationships, partner levels. Collaborator is at a level where you are sharing information with each other. When we went to a more compliance approach, Gold Coast Homelessness Network were concerned about the trust that they would have with those who come to them if they felt that they were sharing information with the city. Mr. Connery confirmed that the city is very happy to go to those meetings to be a provider of information and to not participate in the part of the meeting where where the homeless network is providing data. That's up to them. We would absolutely honour and trust it, but for protection of that, it is a missing if they're not receiving the information that we have, because frankly we have more data available to us than they do, and it is important that they can partner with us and access information just as Department of Housing is right now, and Department of Housing and also Uniting Care are doing that very well. So I thank Ms. Maria Liebeck. We appreciate that when we're working on these very complex issues, they're not exactly what people want, but I see we've come to a policy that she and the network can align on, and we can address these issues together. Thank you.
Go to Councillor Hamill to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think we've just seen a great demonstration there from the questions and contribution of the interest from all councillors right across the city on this matter. Mr. Mayor, there is no doubt this is a complex issue. no two cases of homelessness or rough sleeping are the same. The complexities, the backgrounds, the current situation for different people, every situation is different. There's also denying that we're talking about a relatively small cohort of people that bring some incredibly complex situations that can soak up a lot of resources from both government and not government organisations. Mr. Mayor, I think what's important here is local laws can be very black and white, and reading a policy can be very black and white, but it's important to note that what we're actually looking to achieve in this is to give our officers some operational flexibility, is to give them the power that when they know someone is working with an organisation, is on a pathway, to give them the flexibility to support. But equally, to also give them the flexibility and the backing of this council that when someone should be moved on straight away, and when compliance action should be swift and quick, that they've also got that support as well. And I very much have got that from all the local law officers I've spoken to in this space, is that they support this compliance-led approach. They are people full of humanity for human beings, Mr. Mayor. There's no doubt about that at all. And they were looking for this update to this to allow them to continue to have that operational focus out in the field. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to point out that one of the complexities in this situation is ratepayer expectations. There are some ratepayers that would have us take a much, much greater welfare approach. Equally, there are just as many ratepayers out there who would have us take a much more hardline approach. And this is one of those ones where we are doomed if we do, doomed if we don't, no matter what we put forward. And finding a balance where we feel like we've got that in the middle, where there's the appropriate amount of friction between the two, is important. I think that is what we have here, because we're never going to win on this one, but giving our officers out in the field the right policy and the right tools to move forward with is really important. And Mr. Mayor, that's just where I wanted to finish, was acknowledging all of the city officers, not just in the local law area, but all city officers who are attached or part of this engagement for our city. Acknowledge all of them and the work they do every day. It is not easy work. We are very blessed to have some exceptional local law officers, and I think led by some exceptional managers in that space, but it has got to be one of the most difficult roles that any city officer could be attached to. So to acknowledge all of them, to them I hope that this update and this slight update to the approach assists. And again, I think the echo chamber this morning around continuing to connect with the Gold Coast Homelessness Network, I hope that message has been received well and truly by them as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillors, the debate's closed. I call the division. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Doran, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill. I'm so sorry. Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Against?
Councillor Tozer.
Carried, supermajority. Councillor Hamill, any others? You're done. Councillor Patterson.
Mr. Mayor, I rise to move a change recommendation for 6.2.
Let's go to 6.2, everyone.
My recommendation is that Council notes the report.
Okay.
Can you give me a seconder?
Seconder, anyone?
Yeah, I need it.
No, I'm asking seconder.
Yes.
Oh, seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I want to be clear at the outset. I do not ideologically support beach bars on our public coastline, and that position is on the record. However, that is not the basis on which I am speaking against this report. Even if one supports beachside dining in principle, this report relies on the wrong legal mechanism, and that is a serious compliance issue. The recommendation before us uses local law number 10, Bathing Reserves 2004, and subordinate local law 10.1 as the approval pathway for beachside dining. These local laws exist to manage safety in bathing reserves, swimmers, surfcraft, vessels, and temporary aquatic activities. They are not land use or commercial authorisation laws. The key definition being relied upon allows only a temporary business authorised by council resolution for a specific time period. That wording is deliberate. It does not contemplate ongoing, repeatable hospitality operations on beachfront land. Using a safety-based bathing reserve law to authorise commercial dining stretches the law beyond its intended purpose, and it also creates a real governance risk. The report itself concedes that local law approval does not remove the need for planning approvals, and that tells us that this is not a complete or robust pathway. It is a workaround. If council proceeds this way, we create a precedent across the coastline. We blur the line between regulation and development, and we weaken our position when similar proposals come forward. If council wants beachside dining, the compliant approach is to deal with it through proper planning controls, public land tenure frameworks, and a clear policy, not by repurposing a bathing reserve safety law to do what it was never designed to do. For those reasons, I cannot support the committee recommendation, and I move the motion that we just note this report. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, seeking some direction here, because the recommendation that's up on the screen was not the recommendation of the committee. The recommendation of the committee was simply to defer it to full council. So I'm just wondering, what are we actually speaking on there? Because just to get an update of that, of what that actually looks like. Well, yeah, I understand what your motion does, Councillor Young, but that's not the recommendation of the committee. So what are we actually changing? Or is this a new motion?
Well, I've got a new motion.
Yeah.
So the recommendation from the committee was to come here, right? Okay. Can you just let me finish? Right. I watched the committee, and there were a lot of legitimate questions and answers to be done to come back. I don't think the work's now completed, so therefore, I know you can note the report, but the report is not conclusive because of the outstanding questions and with outstanding answers that hasn't come back. I still like to know the answers to those quite legitimate questions that was asked at the committee, and so I would say that that it's recommended what you've moved there, Councillor Patterson, that we note the report. That we note the report, and I would say, and awaiting further answers to the question asked. Councillor Patterson.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to make that change and to include that. My point is, this report is not, in my opinion, valid. This local law is a very risky way for us to be determining it. So this report, it effectively, if you want those answers to come forward, it has to be a completely different report, because to try and do it under this local law is inappropriate.
Councillor, they can answer your concern as well. So if Councillor Young, you're happy with that, that what I asked to be added to that we want answer to the question that was asked in the committee.
Which particular question was that? Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, there's myriads of questions. I don't recall. I mean, Councillor Gates can tell you all of them, you know. But I really don't want to get in questioning all that. They're already working on to deliver us the answers. And in the interim, I would say to officers, you know, canvass if there's any other query about it, like particularly like Councillor Patterson concerned. Well, if there's other mechanism, then the report should reflect that. Otherwise, we'll move an amended motion. That's all.
Yeah.
Councillor P. Young, if you're not agreed, I won't force you.
I won't second that, Mr. Mayor.
You're all right with that?
Oh,
You won't second it?
I won't continue my seconding of it.
Councillor Lacastra, seconder. Question, Councillor Tozer.
So I have two questions. Firstly, my understanding is this was a matter addressed by the Planning and Regulation Committee, and now it's being referred to the Economy, Tourism and Events Committee. Double checking which committee is the right committee for it to go to. That's the first question.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, I think that reflects a will of the Planning Committee that while we would be the pathway for the approval process, that there was a desire for a report to go to ETEC that was much more holistic, that looked at all attributes of this. So planning may get a subsequent report back in the future that talks to the local law amendment if needed, but for the holistic report, looking at it as an economic and tourism and event proposal, that it was appropriate to go to ETEC for that holistic report first, and then subsequent report to planning in the future if needed.
And question number two was, in 14 years, I think we've done a number of trials of beachside dining or temporary installations on our beaches. By what mechanism did we make those trials lawful?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the trial in 2021-22 was done under the planning scheme. We had the temporary event. We treated it as an event. So you can have 28 days, and we bookended 21 and 22 together to get 2 lots of 28 days. And then I believe, Mr. Mayor, you might recall the state gave us some additional time because it rained for most of those days. So we did it under the event auspices of City Plan.
Right. And so the report that is being proposed to be brought back to the ET committee could it capture both an assessment of that planning pathway, project delivery pathway, and the bathing reserve local law, any other pathway that might be, just so we can have a comprehensive and kind of fulsome expectation. Does that sound fair, Mr. Mayor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's exactly right, Councillor. We'll detail. And what we really got, Mr. Mayor, from that really good debate that we had at P&R committee was there were a lot of questions, as you said. We will answer those in a fulsome way. We'll go through and review how we did the 21-22 trial under the City Plan event auspices, and then we'll look at some options for other pathways to approval.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, just so it's very clear, I'm not particularly anti-beachside dining. I'm actually nominally pro in certain locations, but I just want to make sure that we actually get the proper information. It sounds like there's some outstanding questions, and there's also other elements that perhaps didn't form part of that report.
Yeah, I agree. Anyone speak against the motion? Against, Councillor Gates?
No, I have this, which I've had for some time.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. We didn't identify all of the issues that were raised at the committee meeting, and I simply want to ask, are the officers going through the meeting to identify all of the questions, because they didn't form part of the recommendation. It was simply a procedural motion while we waited for legal advice about elements of what had been suggested. So I just want to be sure that everything is captured and that the legal advice that we sought is being investigated.
Mr. CEO?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone speak against? To close, Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we've come to a position that most councillors can agree on, that we're going to get more information, which is never a bad thing. But I would like to call out that I am disappointed with the report that came to council. And in fact, this is a change of, this is a pretty aggressive take on using a local law for something it wasn't intended for. We have a risk appetite category process in every one of our reports. Legal wasn't even identified. So my point through you, Mr. Mayor, to our administration is we rely on the information you provide us. This information did not provide us relevant legal information. It puts a governance risk on us and certainly a compliance risk. I look forward to a more fulsome report in the future. Thank you.
The debate's closed. All in favour show of hands. Against? Motion carry supermajority. Any items you want to deal separately? Councillor Fowler?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 6.6, please.
6.6, go ahead.
I just had a change, Mr. Mayor, to see condition 14, just to change 6 a.m. to 5 a.m, and then I'll speak to it if there is a seconder.
Seconder, Councillor Pitti-Young.
Shadow, Mr. Mayor.
Shadow?
For shadow, the committee recommendation.
Okay. Councillor Hamill for shadow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to be clear, I do support the approval of this in line with committee. However, I just have some concerns around the operating hours condition, particularly that 6 a.m. opening time. So looking to local precedent across our city, the Arundel Mosque operates from 5 a.m. till 8 p.m. and the Southport Masjid opens as early as 4:30 a.m. Similar circumstances occur at Madraba, all to accommodate the early morning prayer. And even in my area, Mr. Mayor, the Sikh temple has opened well before 6 a.m. to accommodate their early morning prayer, which is actually located in a low density, large lot precinct with residential properties also adjacent. I just think, Mr. Mayor, these examples demonstrate established local practice across our city. By comparison, a 6 a.m. start would be later than what is typically approved for mosques across our city and may unintentionally restrict the facility from operating in accordance with its religious function. In this case, the site is a large rural residential allotment of approximately 5,000 square metres. Places of worship are also a contemplated use in the area. So I'm not advocating for unrestricted hours, but I do question whether the 6 a.m. condition is reasonable, equitable or necessary in this context. I believe there's also enough car parks, Mr. Mayor, on site to accommodate the attendees, and there's a strong case for considering earlier opening times that are consistent with everything else that's happening across our city. So I support that change to 5 a.m. I'm hoping that councillors can agree that we do want consistency in this space across our city. And I do trust that city officers did get it right with the 4:30 start, but I thought this was a nice compromise that will also allow the religious function to continue as intended, but also give residents that extra half an hour. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Speak against the motion, Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Fowler raises the other examples across the city, but as we are told time and time again, you need to take a site in its context, and most of those examples given are not in this kind of site. The location, the most relevant one that's used in the officer report is our Cableway Wrongery. Corner site, right on the service road. Does not have cars coming past any rural residential blocks to come into the use. I don't argue at all that place of worship is an intended use on rural residential land. However, I don't accept the argument just because...
That information provided to council is incorrect. There's a number of rural residential properties to the north and the south of the Al.
That's not a point of order, Mr. Mayor. A clarification, but point of order.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's right for a member to state something that's demonstrably untrue. It's just not true. Councillor Hamill stated that there was no rural residential properties nearby the mosque in Wurundjeri, and that's just not true. There are to the north and to the south.
Mr. Mayor, I stated that they don't have cars driving past them. I acknowledge other rural residential blocks, but cars on a service road is different to 50 cars coming into a residential street.
Hinkle Drive is to the north and to the south. Cars are coming and going across rural residential roads on every morning.
I know that. Okay, go keep
going. Mr. Mayor, I don't place of worship is an intended land use in the rural residential zone. No argument from me on that. But with that does not come the expectation that you reverse engineer the strategic planning and have to accept what someone's operating hours are based on that religion. That is not what it contemplates. It says you can put forward an impact development application to attempt to get place of worship on that code, on that land, and that those things should be assessed by officers moving forward and go through public notification to get community input onto the impacts they're concerned by. Mr. Mayor, this property sits alongside two other rural residential blocks that have, in subsequent decade previous, converted to childcare properties. So there is a sequencing occurring along the road. So this is the logical next block for this to occur, and I have no problem with that. What I do have a problem with is the operating hours. That if this was a childcare proposal or a gym proposal or one of a numerous other list of things that you can do on rural residential land, where there was cars coming this time in the morning, we would say no. We would say 6 a.m. like what's next door. We've got that established precedent here with the two childcare centres next door opening at 6 a.m. Mr. Mayor, if you require access to a site from 4:30 in the morning, there is appropriately zoned land all across the city to do that in. You could have gone 4 blocks down the road here to the neighbourhood centre, unlimited times. You could have gone anywhere on the edge of the industrial area of the mixed-use zone in my area, unlimited times. It would not have been an issue. It would have been code even. Just because of a faith's time does not dictate that impact on the community. The community, through public submissions, made it very clear that the ones that accepted place of worship had concerns with 30, 40, 50 cars coming into the site at 4:15, 4 o'clock in the morning for early prayers. They were concerned by noise impacts. They were concerned by the impacts of lights on headlights on cars. They were concerned that while there is 31 car parks, how much on-street car parking gets taken in that space. So that is my advocation here, is that I have no problem with this use occurring on the site. I have no problem with that faith being on that site at all. Mr. Mayor, I'd also just point out that they accepted on Sundays to not commence till 8 o'clock in the morning. So if it is that critical to this group to be able to do prayers every morning from dawn, they've already accepted on Sundays that they can't do that. What I'm asking for here is a balanced position from the city that acknowledges that they are going to be able to use the site, they'll be able to use it for 95% of the day. They just won't be able to hold prayer sessions before 6 a.m. in the morning. I believe that is a fair position to take, and one that I would encourage my councillors to support through the foreshadowed motion.
Speaking for the motion, Councillor Wilkinson.
Question, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and potentially to the person who's Councillor Fowler, who's put up the change recommendation. I absolutely hear what Councillor Hamill said, and that's not certainly lost, I think, on any councillor. I also acknowledge some of the consistencies that Councillor Fowler has noted putting this forward. So what I would like to put to Councillor Fowler is keeping the consistency at places like 2 Alkira Way. I noted in some of the information that we received that they actually have a maximum number of people permitted on the site for the dawn ritual prayers, limited to 10. And so I was wondering through you to her whether she would consider, as part of her change recommendation, limiting the number to that same as what Alkira Way is, given the notable change in the starting time or the start of operational hours.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, just on hearing Councillor Wilkinson's suggestion, 4:30 maybe, but this is 5 a.m, Mr. Mayor, and locally at my temple, that does open significantly earlier at this time. I haven't had any resident complaints. I've found in my experience that they're very respectful, they're very quiet, they do park on site, a little bit of street parking if it's needed, and in my 2 years I haven't had a complaint about that earlier start to accommodate their dawn prayer.
Councillor
So follow up to that, I guess, then if it was 4:30, because we're talking a difference of half an hour, if you're going at 5, would you consider that?
I think.
No.
No, okay.
All right, Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, I was not able to support this at committee because of my belief that the 6 a.m. start inhibits the practicing of this faith. And I wanted to suggest that on a 5,000 square metre allotment, with all of the parking at the rear and with no change to the street frontage of the property, that the character of the area is maintained. And I also wanted to highlight the benefits of having places of worship in these locations, given our shortage of industrial space right across the city. I have many places of worship in the industrial precinct of Upper Coomera and Coomera, and it has somewhat limited availability for other uses. I think we all agree that churches used to be fundamentally a central part of our communities, and for some reason that has changed over time. But the hours are unique to the religion, and I will be supporting the 5 a.m. start so that they can practice their faith at dawn.
Okay. All right. Against the motion? Councillor Fowler to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't take up too much time, but just to close off by saying that the Wurrungarie does open at 4:30, so just to put that into context as well. And also just to say that this was assessed in line by city officers and in line with the city plan, and the recommendation by city officers was actually 4:30 a.m. based on the city plan. This recommendation, this change is later, and like I mentioned, Mr Mayor, just to sound out, I have not had any complaints of the early morning arrivals in my division. I don't know if other councillors are in similar situations and if they've received complaints, but I certainly haven't. So I implore councillors to support this change today.
Okay, councillor, debate's closed. Those in favour show of hands.
Councillor Doran, Councillor Young, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Martin, sorry.
Okay. Against?
Mayor Tate, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor.
Motion carried. Right. Any other items, councillors? Councillor Hamill? Councillor Fowler?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, 6.7, if I may just move that and speak to it if I can. Once I have a seconder. Do I need a seconder, Mr Mayor?
Councillor Tozer?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to speak briefly to this petition from my residents from the Peninsula in Helensvale Estate regarding their erosion along Saltwater Creek in Helensvale. I have visited the site, Mr Mayor, and it's genuinely concerning to see the amount of erosion that's happening along the rear of their properties along Saltwater Creek due to ongoing erosion. This is occurring directly behind their homes and is causing understandable anxiety and uncertainty. What residents find particularly difficult to understand is that only metres away, a council-owned public park is already protected by rock fortification. However, these residents aren't able to have the same solution protecting their properties at the back. Residents are not asking council to fund these works and they're not seeking to bypass proper processes. They're willing to pay for the works themselves and are seeking a practical long-term solution to protect their homes. Mr Mayor, this isn't our decision. This decision sits with SARA, and currently SARA is recommending a 10% rock fortification solution to these residents. Unfortunately, that barrier is a really difficult position because which residents get the rock fortification and which residents don't. So I acknowledge council's statutory limits and that decision ultimately rests with SARA. However, I wanted to put on the public record that as a local divisional councillor, I support continued constructive engagement with SARA and to point out that city officers have indicated in this report that we would support an increased intensity of rock fortification if this is what SARA does and recommend to us through the application phase process. I also acknowledge the Premier and Member for Broadwater, David Christopher's constructive involvement in this issue for our shared residents, which is very much appreciated. It has been a very difficult time for my residents, Mr Mayor, and truly hope a solution is found in the near future. Thank you.
Speak against the motion. Councillor Fowler to close. Okay. The debate's closed, councillors. All in favour show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any other items separately, councillors? Councillor Hamill?
Mr Mayor, I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Second, Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour show of hands. Against, motion carried. We now go to 11.2, Governance, Administration and Finance. Councillor Patterson.
Mr Mayor, I move that the minutes of the 867 Governance, Administration and Finance Committee meeting held on Tuesday 21st of April 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 9, be received.
Second, Councillor Martin. All in favour show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that all recommendations be adopted.
Second, Councillor Martin. All in favour show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillors, 11.3, I move that the minutes of the 867 Special Budget Committee meeting held on Wednesday, 22nd April, covered by recommendation 1 to 7, be received. Second, Councillor Tozer. All in favour show of hands. Against, motion carried. Anyone wants to do anything separately? I move that all the recommendations 1 to 7 be adopted. Second, Councillor Tozer. All in favour show of hands. Against, motion carried. 11.4, Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilient. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 867 Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee held on Thursday the 23rd of April 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 6, be received.
Second, Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately? Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask a question in relation to item 6.2, which dealt with the feral deer.
6.2, okay.
In the city. I certainly endorse the recommendations of the committee, but I just wanted to ask if it's feasible for there to be generated a easy brochure or pamphlet to provide to residents, because many are affected by the presence of feral deer. And this is a pretty big report to have to refer people to online, so it would be great to have something to hand out.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Get on to
Mr.
that.
Mayor. Thanks, CEO.
Councillor Tozer?
Do you want to move that item, or do you want to move?
No, move the line. Anything else? Councillor Tozer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the recommendations of the committee be adopted.
Second by Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 11.5, Water, Waste and Energy. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the minutes of 867 Water, Waste and Energy meeting held on Tuesday the 28th of April, covered by recommendations 1 to 7, be received.
Seconder, anyone? Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately, Councillor Doran?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to deal with item 6.4 separately.
6.4. Go ahead.
I'd like to propose a change recommendation that I am sending quite delayed to City Chambers right now. She should have them right now.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I've sent a change recommendation to the City support right now for item 6.4.
Can you read it out, please?
Absolutely. That council notes the ongoing efforts to increase the city's recycling rate, point 1. Number 2, the council requests officers prepare and present a report to a future wastewater and energy committee outlining a clear pathway to introduce more recycling waste bins in our public parks across the city. And point 3, the council requests officers prepare and present a report to a future wastewater and energy committee outlining a clear pathway to introduce tourism sector waste performance agreements, including, it steps out number 4 options there, Mr. Mayor. Would you like me to read them out?
Yeah, read them.
Yep. A, options for voluntary and staged agreements with major tourism and accommodation operators, including hotels, resorts, theme parks, and short-term accommodation precincts to improve waste reduction and recycling outcomes. B, potential incentives or levers tied to accreditation, council promotion, partnerships, or licensing for event approvals, similar in principle to existing water efficiency and sustainability programs. C, governance, cost and resourcing implications, including any risks, benefits and alignment with existing waste, tourism and sustainability strategies. And finally, D, how such agreements could complement household-focused initiatives, recognising the disproportionate impact of visitor-generated waste on the city's overall waste profile.
Any seconder? Councillor Tozer. Go ahead.
A pleasant surprise. Mr. Mayor, I'll keep this very brief. This change builds upon the report that was brought to committee that outlined our recycling rate essentially and the initiatives that the city has taken over the past 10 years. It was comprehensive, and I think it was incredibly good to read the extent of the work that's happened over a number of years. But Mr. Mayor, does indicate that we're sort of stuck in the 30s. Our benchmark target is 42%, and the state's mandate by 2030 is 65%, which I think realistically we're not at this stage going to get to. My change here today is simply designed to build upon 2 points that were outlined in the report very briefly. One of them is the tourism sector generates a lot of waste. A lot of our waste initiatives councillors, they're focused on locals and how we can mitigate and increase our recycling rate with locals. And I think I'm just looking for a bit more information about and actions that could be taken to improve our recycling rate for our local visitor economy, which I'm sure is I shouldn't think would be controversial, building upon the good work that we're doing so we can take a large section of our waste that isn't being recycled at a great percentage and see if we can build that up a bit to get towards our targets. The other point, the first point in relation to public parks, something that's raised with me a little bit, Mr. Mayor, since the opening of Green Heart. We have yellow topped bins and
red top bins for non-recycling material. Of course, it's a major park. I would assume it's at Broadwater Parklands, but I don't know. But in a lot of parts of our other parks, our public parks around Division 11 that aren't on the foreshore or aren't at the major parks, there is an opportunity there to separate that waste recycling right at the source, and maybe that increases our recycling down the line. I'm not going to say that I'm an expert, councillors, on how it gets down the line, but I think what we can do is, this is just a report asking us to look at the feasibility of introducing that more around our community. I think before we draw a conclusion that it might not impact the results, I think we should think about the signal it sends to the community, Mr. Mayor, that we are wanting you to always think about recycling, including in our parks, when you're walking around the lake, dropping a coffee cup in the right bin, putting your bags in the right spot. I think that we have done a lot in this space to increase recycling rate. We are not quite where we need to be, and we need to start looking at how we can continue to increase that rate. And these are two areas that I think we can look at in a bit more detail.
And then speak against. Question, Councillor Tozer?
Just a question through you to the Executive General Manager, right? Is the resourcing available to be able to put together a report like this in our current state?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there is. So I think the report set the benchmark really well for this, and it's just the next step. We're already doing some work with the 10 deposit scheme guys across the state about how we can roll out those bins in our parks and reserves, so we can bring back a report to answer these questions with existing resources.
Great. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, I mean, I think this is great, and as you know, as an advocate for getting recycling bins along the beachfront, especially in Division 14, I'm just wondering what our percentage of contamination is at the moment, because that was a big thing as to why we didn't have recycling bins, and now we have. Are we seeing a large degree of contamination? Because I'm worried about if we put them in every park, it would be a cost to that, of course, but contamination is my main issue.
Answer that, or you
need some support?
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the contamination rate in public place bins is actually quite high. It ranges between 20 to 25%.
Okay. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and probably through to the EGM as well. Look, I think this actually puts something really great forward. I just want to make sure that we're also not doubling up in any capacity, in the sense of, you know, with regards to a report being back about the recycling waste bins in our public spaces. There wasn't something already potentially coming back on that. I was aware that we had been potentially having some conversations, even post things like the LGAQ conference that was held on the Gold Coast last year. And again, not knowing how much I can disclose on that, I just thought I'd put that through to just see if there was potentially something coming through, and whether or not this would just be maybe added to that, or that report added to this, if there was any double up going to occur.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct, Councillor. Yes, we are planning on bringing back a paper on public place recycling and looking at additional measures that we can roll out across the city. We had planned for that next financial year, so we can definitely incorporate Councillor Duran's requests also.
Okay, Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I certainly welcome the initiatives that are being proposed through this change recommendation. I'd just like to highlight my concerns with point 3. I think 1 and 2 are really solid, but point 3 is basically targeting external industry. And we've run this to ground once before with a general business item that was proposed by Councillor Young, where we were looking at getting events to prescribe to better practices with regard to recycling. What we identified as internal to council, we still have some work to do on our own operations in that regard. And so I just have some issues with putting forward to external agencies and industries outside of council before we've done the internal work, where we're meeting the expectations that we're going to impose on industry. Right. And so I wondered if we could perhaps make it a more holistic report that's coming back that also targets what council's doing with its own operations, to ensure that we're not asking people outside of the organisation to do something that we're not willing to do ourselves.
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We certainly can do that and make the report more fulsome. We've also commenced work, as councillors will be aware, mostly in Division 10, work with hospitality providers in there about their food and organics work, and giving them additional bin, so we can incorporate those initiatives already underway as part of the report.
Yeah, that's a good point. Anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Doran to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I welcome the conversations about that. I just will address number 3. I take the chair's point about not wanting to impose something. I don't think we're at the stage yet where we're imposing something. Mr. Mayor proposing some new initiatives to seek to take a tourism economy on that journey that the city has to go on anyway to meet our targets. That's all I'm asking for at this point. I think one of the key parts of that, Mr. Mayor, will be when we get our positions correct, like the EGM was saying in response to the chair's question, something like on point B where it says partnerships or licensing and event approvals. A real example there could be that there is a city policy around waste separation that might go a bit further than it is now. That's applied to the approvals at that stage, and I really just think that when you read the report and you look at what the measures the city has done, and I read the community engagement from the Have Your Say that's referred to quite a lot in relation to waste, and it does say that the tourism and accommodation sector does produce a disproportionate amount of waste, and it's an opportunity. It's not a criticism. It's an area of opportunity for a city that needing to get to a target that is, I think we could all agree, a stretch target for being put on us by the city. In relation to the parks, I think that, as I said before, it's a signal to the community. It's also an ability to say that it's important, to say that we're doing a lot of things in this space to improve our recycling rates, but also downstream might have some efficiency effects in relation to the sorting of our rubbish. So I hope councillors support the motion and we can take some actions when we see the reports thereafter.
Okay. Councillors, debate's closed. All in favour show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Curtis?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Councillor Young, seconder. All in favour show of hands. Against, motion carried. We go to Transport and Infrastructure. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the minutes of the 867 Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 28th of April 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 10 be received.
Second to Councillor Martin. All in favour show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Taylor.
Can I pull out 6.6 to move it, please?
6.6, councillors. We're there. What do you want to do?
I'll move to move it. Thank you. Please.
Seconder, Councillor.
Is that a question?
No, you're not. I'm asking for a second. That's my question. Councillor Tozer. Go ahead for the question.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the question's probably directed through you to the officers around a possible hybrid model of the street being open for traffic during the week and then closed on weekends. It would rely on automated bollards which were installed pre the Commonwealth Games. I saw them installed. It's used in other cities around the world where it comes up. I feel, having been down there, that Surfers Paradise operates differently on the weekend than it does on the weekday, and it's a really kind of divisive subject where I don't think we necessarily have to have it all open or all closed. We could certainly have it, bollards go up on midnight Friday night and come down on a Sunday. So I'm just wondering whether a hybrid model was investigated and knowing that those automated bollards were installed in 2017.
CEO?
I'll defer to the director in a moment, but I guess I would say that's not consistent with the feedback that we've had from the community and particularly from the Surf Club, as I know you'd be very interested in, Councillor, who are strongly supportive of this. The other issue of a temporary solution is that there has been some debate over I watched the debate as well about the quality of the instalments that are there, and part of that is because it's in a temporary nature. What allowing us to do is closing it permanently is to spend and invest as part of the revitalisation project. So it hasn't been considered. What I would say, though, is that the plan does include the possibility to allow emergency access in and out using the kind of technology that you're talking about. But I'll ask the Director if he wanted to add anything further.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. CEO has summed it up quite well. I think one of the real opportunities about permanent closure is really activating that space. So in essence, what we've had down there was, still asphalt and curb. So that sort of option really does constrain and really keeps the road open and would really constrain what we can do with uplifting and activating that space to truly make it public realm.
Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'm not necessarily suggesting that this would be the long-term option. I'm more suggesting that knowing that the revitalisation and the rebuild seems in the papers to be scheduled late 27, 28, that this would be almost an alternate trial to trial whether a hybrid model would be effective or not. Knowing that absolutely, I fully acknowledge that that'll be redeveloped, and I'm all for the redevelopment. I'm certainly all for the surf club having a safer passage, but I think the majority of surf club people will use it on a weekend and not on a weekday. So that was where that sort of questioning was.
CEO?
Oh, look, so I've had a good look at the feedback, as I know the director has as well, and I think the one piece of consistent theme is that the community down there want an answer. They don't want another trial. They want is it going to open or is it going to shut? And I think from our point of view, we've done 2 separate trials now. The Councillor Taylor's been very involved in that community, talking to that community. I'm sure he'd agree with me that we're at a point now, councillors, where the community is expecting an answer. And that answer is it going to stay open or is it going to stay shut?
Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to touch on that too. The design work for the actual revitalisation is on pause at the moment while we make this decision. Exactly. So the revitalisation program, this decision needs to be made today to determine what that design looks like to be delivered. So the longer we keep doing trials, the longer that revitalisation can be paused.
You can go ahead and speak on this motion if you wish.
Sorry?
You moved the motion. You can speak on it now if you wish.
Do you want me to open? Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, this program, is a start of a long program since I got elected, Surfers Paradise and the revitalisation of Surfers Paradise. We did a lot of community consultation really early, and what I found when I first got elected, we had a lot of reports from the 80s, 90s, 2000 to 2010 saying the same things over and over again. Investments needed, improvement, uplift was really important. So what we did, we went on the journey. We went and we got experienced Gold Coast at the time, all the appropriate stakeholders in the area to talk about what a revitalisation looks like. And the footprint was what we saw that is part of the revitalisation moving forward. Part of that process was we went to the community. Council gave authorisation to do them all, but they said if we want the whole revitalisation, we need to go to community consultation and get their approval. And part of that community consultation was a strong push or feel towards making it open space. So because of the last step of saying there's a review from the community that would like to see that opportunity, we felt it was prudent to do a trial to see if it would work in the area. And part of that trial was to look at 3 points. 1, local, how it works for them. 2, the businesses. And 3, obviously our visitors that come to the area. High density, it's a large area that we need to get, make sure that our visitors have a great experience. The trial was always going to be divisive. Any decision like this is always divisive. But if we want the best for Surfers Paradise and for the city, there's times we have to make these divisive decisions. But part of the process was talk to businesses. And we were speaking to all businesses on a regular basis. Now, of the community consultation we've had, majority of the businesses are either for or neutral, and the amount that are actually against it is a limited amount. We've got all the major stakeholders in the area. We've got property owners that have been very strong to myself recently to stay strong in this space. And they know that this is a high density area, that we need to ensure our residents have got public realm and a place to activate. But also when our visitors come here, it's a high level experience for them to come along. So the businesses have been bought into it, and there's been a very strong, from my perspective, view from business to say it has been successful. In relation to locals, again, it's been a strong conversation. At the very beginning of the trial, we had a conversation about traffic management, which I'll get to, but part of that conversation was we made a change and it caused a major disruption to traffic in the area. We reverted back to the original road conditions and it improved the whole area dramatically. From a position where we had a whole building of the, in surface, the... here I go, Hilton, that were anti it because of the traffic challenges. Now, they are one of our biggest supporters. So a lot of the builders in the precinct have got a strong view towards it being a positive outcome. They're the ones that are going in and out of service on a regular basis, as well as the businesses. So they're giving us a feedback of how the traffic management has been. And from my perspective, and from the report's perspective, it has been very minor changes to travel through the area. We all know surface, when there's a major event, it gets clogged up. We know when there's something abnormal that happens, those roads are congested. But overall, the experience for most people have been positive. The challenge we do have is some residents have concerns of travelling from north to south or south to north, and there's a change of condition for them. And yes, it is a challenge. We have many of those that are supported for it because of the improvement of Surfers Paradise, but we have many of them that have concerns that the slight change of conditions is a challenge for them. But that's part of this big decision moving forward. In relation to transport, we touched on the changes we made, but we worked really closely with traffic and transport to pull traffic north and south and make improvements in that area. The other thing we did work closely with light rail. Light rail plays a big play in relation to traffic management through our region. They have control of when lights change and signalisation. So we've worked really close to get a better outcome. Always we've got to understand, yes, it's high density. The region has changed. We're not just a holiday destination. We're a high density residential area. And part of being a high density residential area is cars and transport is one part of that mode of transport. But we're also got to consider we've got light rail. Improvement of public transport's important. We've already had the improvements of our Isla Capri Bridge. That's been a big success at South Transport for surface. We've seen the bridge improvements at Southport that's made a big improvement for transport. And the other thing is our Ocean Way has been a game changer also for Surfers Paradise that's got people actively walking from Broadbeach to surface, which has been one of the big game changers for Surfers Paradise moving forward. This is a broader picture too. If we're going to focus on just one small piece of it, we're not looking at the broader picture. We've got the revitalisation. So there's a lot of commentary about how it looks now. It's a trial. There's a commentary about the sandpit. It was a trial. It's like any event. We put things on in a trial. Some people like them, some don't. This was just to show different ways that this area can be activated. So whether you liked it or not, that's always going to be a conversation, but it shows how we can actually use that space. But the bigger picture is the work that's going to be done later on. And the other part is the Town Hall, the live music stadium at the western end. It's about how we activate right through Surfers Paradise. So from my perspective, we have had some really strong feedback positive. Yes, there's been some negative, but our surveys have shown majority of people have been supportive of it. And I can only talk about when I walk around with most people and talk to people, they're supportive. And the bit I really like about when I see some sort of commentaries, people are actually wanting to go to Surfers Paradise again because it's providing a safe space. We hear commentary, people say we don't like surface and we're not going in. That's another reason to not come to surface. But I'm listening to the people that are saying we are coming to surface now because it's creating a better environment. Yes, the surf club, it's been a massive impact for the surf club because they've got active members on a regular basis working on the beach. They have their nippers. So yes, as a local community, it has been really, really positive. But not just the surf club. There's a lot of business right through there that's been positive, but pulling right back. We've got Laura Younger, who's Chamber of Commerce, that's very supportive. We've got the gentleman that owns the Slingshot that's got the whole blocks of the western end supportive. We've got Ripley's, believe it or not, that's really supportive. We're not just talking about restaurants. We're talking about tourism providers. We're talking businesses on the western end that have been really supportive of this process. So I know there's a lot of people in social media that talks that can be very loud, and I want to make sure people understand social media sometimes isn't what you're hearing. It's what's on ground level. This is an opportunity for us to make a real change for Surfers Paradise, to make it the jewel that it once was. Want people to actually talk about Surfers Paradise in a positive light. It's an opportunity we've got here today to make that decision. And I didn't come in here to not make some hard decisions. For me as a local councillor, this is a hard debate to have. But I think it's important for the future of Surfers Paradise and the Gold Coast. So I hope that the councillors do support it.
Against the motion, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I have a foreshadow which I've provided to city officers, which they'll get on screen, but I'll speak against it while that comes up. Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm not entirely opposed to the idea of what we're putting forward here, but I watched back the debate, I've read the reports, and I had my briefing with the city officers who are in charge of this program. My concerns on the closure with respect to Councillor Taylor is that there is a reputational risk here for the city that says it's going to do a trial and never stops the trial. In the paper, it puts forward a cost element relating to the trial in reopening. But, Mr. Mayor, if you're going to genuinely do a trial for a closure, the trial indicates that you're going to reopen it. You would have factored the cost of reopening in when you started it. So I'm not really going to wear the second that this cost is not worth the cost of doing it. I think that there is real merit in closing parts of this section of Surfers Paradise for event-based and peak periods. I do see that. That's quite a legitimate use of the space. I don't believe that we've been provided with sufficient information around the traffic impacts around this particular network that has a one-way north down Surfers Paradise Boulevard. It has only one road. If this trial is made permanent, it only has one road taking traffic north-south, and that's the Gold Coast Highway. The information that was put to me, Mr. Mayor, was I think it was a 7-second delay on Beach Road. But I think that the feedback that I've received is that that's probably not the extent of it. I think Councillor Patterson has mentioned that Bundle Road is taking a lot of traffic that comes off of the area. I think that there's other things that haven't yet been answered for me from a traffic perspective and emergency access and management measures. I mean, I think there's an 1,100 or 700 apartment approval, development approval in place between Orchid Avenue and Surfers Paradise Boulevard, right in that one section that's now going to carry all the traffic north. That in current circumstances of a development approval, it would require some significant work because you can't use the other side of the road on the light rail side. I think that when we talk about closures of this magnitude, we probably should therefore have our trial, assess the information, and that information that was provided to me through my briefing was that the early feedback was at 59%, the second feedback was at 72%, but just sort of ignore the 59 because we made some changes. Well, I think that you've got to take into account that the locals who were impacted early on probably made their submissions early and didn't go back and do a second trial. I think that this is a massive change for a city that has Surfers Paradise as our tourism hub. I'm not opposed to it in its inception as the idea form, but I don't think we're doing it right. I think that we need to reopen the trial, present to the public all of the relevant information. We should come back with a next proposal, if it is to go back, and we should put forward an activation plan that follows a potential reclosure if that's where the council goes. But I don't believe that we should just do the trial, tell people we're doing a trial, and then just never open the trial or never reopen the road. I think that there is a reputational risk for future trials. If we go and say we're going to do a trial of a beach bar or trial of something else, we will lose the faith of people if we say we're going to trial a beach bar, for example, in another spot. I think that when it comes to our tourism heart, we need to be very careful that we don't kill the golden goose here. And yes, we're talking about some activations where we've got a road that links between a major pedestrian mall and a famous beach, and there are some really big benefits with closing it for event-based closures. But I think that the impacts on a network that's already had a change since its conception, by the light rail being one way, probably needs a further interrogation following the reopening and then a community engagement again, and then come back and say, this is a good idea and we should go for it. I feel, just a personal opinion, I feel as if we're rushing to a decision that we cannot walk back if we make it. And I think that there is no rush here. I believe that we have time. I believe that we can continue to assess it once it's reopened, put a community consultation back out there, sell the plan if it is what the council's will is, and then move forward from there. But I don't believe that when we've also got things like the music hall opening, Bruce Bishop being changed,
a revitalisation to do. I feel as if this is something that we need to make sure we get right, and we need to take the public on a journey as well as being true to our word in relation to a trial.
Councillor Taylor to close.
Mr Mayor, I move a motion of dissent from that ruling. This is a matter that really impacts a lot of people. It impacts people in my decision, in my area, and I'd like the opportunity to speak.
Okay. Speaking for the motion, Councillor Hamill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I do appreciate the opportunity to speak to this item. I spoke to a committee, but I've got a few more things to say in it. I'm a little bit interested in the focus on the trial. Like, for me, the trial has been ongoing for decades. Like, we know how Surfers Paradise operates when the road is open. We've known that for years, and we've seen it change over years as more events and more things occur. So I don't support what Councillor Doran is getting at, the need to continue to keep going back to trial and more consultation and whatnot. Like, that work is done. We have that data. We have that evidence base. Mr Mayor, this is not a new idea around the world. Like, this is a pretty common idea occurring in a lot of places around the world, but also occurring in a lot of places around Australia. I've seen some brilliant examples of this done through Melbourne, through Sydney, in Brisbane. Places like Geelong are doing it all through their city as well. Mr Mayor, in Perth, to name a few, but around the world, you visit most tourism cities and you will find sections of what used to be road, sometimes road that had been there for hundreds of years, has been shut down or completely limited to traffic to encourage more passive recreation, to encourage more open space, to encourage that community connection. Mr Mayor, and that's what it is about in that space. It's about that idea of completely removing the conflict between cars, trucks and pedestrians. It's why I don't support the idea of it only being on weekends or certain times. Like, you're either going to lean in and do this or you don't do it at all. And I definitely support the idea of completely deconflicting that stretch of road and completely removing the conflict between cars, trucks and pedestrians and cyclists. Mr Mayor, the initial decision to two-way Elkhorn didn't work. And that's where that 59% is referenced to. Like, that initial decision for two-way through there did not work. What we saw very quickly after converting that back to one-way was that the traffic data showed that it improved very quickly. And then we saw an increase in support for the project overall. I support that as an approach. Like, adjusting on the go during a trial is a smart thing to do, to have made those immediate changes and then to have extended the trial, extended the consultation period. Councillor Doran may be correct. Possibly people who put a submission in day one didn't do that again, but we can't control that. We extended the consultation period for months to allow for more input, and I recognise the thousands of people who did put additional submissions in after that time. Mr Mayor, what the traffic data did show is that once we addressed that Elkhorn issue, it has made a very marginal negative impact on traffic times through Surfers Paradise. Now, a big part of that is because people are choosing to use other roads. The reference to Bundle Road, the reference to coming through. They are adjusting their driving behaviour and going, well, I'm not, at peak times especially, I'm not going to try and go through that part of Surfers Paradise. I'll jump through Isle of Capri and come through the Bundle Road instead. That was part of what we looked to get from this trial. The data was very focused on the immediate local network, but officers showed that there was increase in other parts of the network, but those roads are designed for it. Got a 6-lane road out here in Bundle Road that can handle that work. The Isle of Capri Bridge upgrades beforehand allow that movement through intersections to occur. Mr Mayor, there was discussion at committee about the recent truck rollover that occurred in Surfers Paradise and what they did to the local road network. I think it's pretty important to acknowledge that a truck rollover in any local road network is going to have that kind of impact. Like, when you've got complete lanes closed and a lot of emergency vehicles coming to an area, you're going to bring a part of a network to a standstill. The broader network would have moved around it, but a truck rollover like that anywhere is going to bring that kind of issue. So I don't put too much emphasis on that, Mr Mayor. What I did put emphasis on, Mr Mayor, was really understanding what this looked like as a local councillor. Surfers Paradise is critical to the city. Surfers Paradise has a role to play in the success of every division of the Gold Coast. When Surfers Paradise is successful, my industrial area is successful. It's as simple as that, and that goes for nearly all of our divisions. So wanting Surfers Paradise to be successful and set up for the future is really important. It's why I've put a lot of interest on this matter. That led to me coming down over 50 times during the trial period. some early morning, late evenings, night times, weekends, sometimes planned, sometimes unplanned, to really get a sense of, one, what it was like to sit in the traffic. And there were some days I sat in it, it was probably more than 7 seconds of delay. There are other days where I didn't feel any impact at all. Some days when I went in, there was very few people in the closed-off area. Most of the embellishments are empty. A lot of the dining tables are empty. But on other days, I went in, every single dining table and chair in the entire precinct was full, and all the embellishments were getting used. It just reflects, depending on what the weather is, what's happening on in the area, what the activations were. Mr. Mayor, I also went to several of the activations that can only occur if this area is permanently closed down. Some of those live site activations for sporting events, for the NRL, for the AFL, some of the movies under the stars, they were really well supported, and they were the ones where I spoke with those local business people, went into Ripley's, spoke with the staff there, they'd had a really busy night, spoke to the local restaurants and cafes, they'd had a really busy night, and that was reflected of those activations, which can only occur with that full closure. Mr. Mayor, the temporary embellishments, I know this has been touched on. Councillor Gates made some fairly strong comments about them, and I probably agree with the temporary embellishments, but they were temporary, like they were very minimal cost to get something going on. They are by no means a demonstration of what the long-term vision for Service Paradise is and the kind of money we're talking about spending, so I'm not worried about that. I know they're temporary and that's not what's envisaged for the future. Mr. Mayor, what was really noticeable for me, and it's why I am so supportive of this concept, was there was a completely different feel to that part of Service Paradise. Completely different. When you don't have cars and trucks going through, just brought a completely different feel to the area. You didn't see people lining up with the traffic lights to have to cross the road. You didn't see people that were going to the surf school having to wait to cross over. You didn't see tourists taking their life in their hands, stuck in between traffic. You just had a completely different feel. To see people coming up off the beach, straight onto the Ocean Way, straight across the road into the mall, and that connection was really impressive to watch and brought a whole different feel to the area. To see kids running around on what is currently a 2-lane asphalt, but in the future will be something else as part of the Esplanade upgrades and Service Paradise revitalisation, was exceptional watch and something I really do support. Mr. Mayor, there's been some discussion about the local business owners. I put a fair bit of weight on the fact to have that many business owners and operators prepared to get on a council video and support this so strongly. I don't think they did that lightly. To have the local Chamber of Commerce president prepared to jump on and advocate as hard as she has on behalf of businesses in the area, I put a fair bit of weight on that as well. I visited business owners with Councillor Taylor. There were some who were not supportive, but the majority definitely were, especially after the Elkhorn issue had been dealt with. And they're excited about the opportunities that comes with the future embellishment upgrades and then the ongoing conversation about additional activations, both big and small, through Service Paradise. Mr. Mayor, in closing my contribution today, I just want to say that I fully support the Divisional Councillor and his advocacy on this project. I support his vision for Service Paradise, to set Paradise, to acknowledge Service Paradise's rich history in the city and to set it up for the decades to come. Because as our tourist numbers increase, we need it to be the shining jewel in amongst all the other ones the city possesses. We don't just need it to be a shining jewel for tourists, we need it to be that shining place for all the permanent residents who will call this part of the city home as well. So very much support Councillor Taylor's advocacy and vision for this area. I look forward, hopefully, to it receiving support at Council here today for over 5,000 square metres of currently black asphalt being returned back to ratepayers and tourists as passive recreation space, and to be part of the community consultation on what it looks like next as we go forward with the Service Paradise Revitalisation Project.
Speaking against, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today, we are being asked to make a decision with citywide consequences to permanently close a road that serves 9,000 commuters every day. This is not a minor adjustment. It is a major change that will affect thousands of residents, workers and visitors. So let's be clear about what's at stake. The reasons put forward for this closure do not stand up to scrutiny. And I've heard arguments that children crossing the road to reach the beach is a hardship. Well, as a former Nipper's mum, surfer's Nipper's mum, I know firsthand that that's not the case. And if we were to accept that logic, should we then close every road outside every school? Clearly, it's not a practical or reasonable standard. Another argument I've heard about is the vibe this closure creates, or as Councillor Hamill has referred to it, the different feel. Others would say it is subdued. But personal impressions, whether positive or negative, are not decision-making criteria. They are subjective and they cannot be the basis for the decision of this magnitude. Our responsibility is to apply the statutory tests required under the Act, not to vote based on how a space feels to us individually. This is not the same as us making a decision about whether we do a new playground or not. We have a statutory obligation, what we specifically need to consider before we are allowed to close a road. We've also heard from local business owners, such as Benjamin Avery of Montmont Cafe, a Gold Coast institution of nearly 40 years, who reports a persistent decline in local customers since the closure, with many finding it too hard, inconvenient or unpredictable to visit due to traffic and access issues. For businesses like this, the impacts are not theoretical. They are felt every day in lost trade and diminished community atmosphere. These perspectives, whether about the vibe, the different feel, the convenience for nippers, or the business impacts, are part of the argument for or against closure. But even taken all together, they do not address the unambiguous statutory test we have before us, which has not been met. What should guide us is evidence. The report claims that traffic can be absorbed by the surrounding network, but it does not provide sufficient data to support this. It tells us increased traffic on Bundle Road is likely, but it doesn't give us any detailed volume modelling or peak hour stress testing. We're being asked to accept a conclusion without being shown the evidence. And this is not an abstract concern. Officers have previously informed me and us that the state-owned Bundle Road, Ashmore Road intersection is already running over capacity. And let's not forget the Upton Street, Ashmore Road intersection, which is at the mercy of Bundle Ashmore. And we cannot fix that local-owned road until Bundle Ashmore is fixed. We know it's over capacity. We know the work is not on the page to get done, and this will only exacerbate that problem. But that's not referred to in the report. Bizarrely, it may be at Bundle, Ashmore and Upton roads that the traffic impact of this closure is at its worst. Yet the report offers only a single phrase suggesting impacts will be likely without the statutory required supporting data. The report asks us to accept assurance in place of evidence.
Pause there for a second, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, just point of clarification. Councillor Patterson keeps referring to these statutory requirements, and I'm at a loss of what she's suggesting we haven't been required under some statutory process. Can we get clarification exactly of what statutory requirements we haven't been provided information to?
For me on that speech, Mr. CEO.
It might be a question for Councillor Patterson.
Yep.
Mr Mayor.
Okay.
So if I would be happy to share it, and if we took a 5-minute break, we could go through that detail. But specifically, it's related to a road closure. So when you have a road closure, there has to be a certain amount of evidence. We know that Bundle Road's going to be impacted. We haven't been provided any data other than a broad line, this many seconds maybe, without it looking at peak hour, without it doing stress testing. That is a statutory obligation, that we look at that specific evidence. So if I may continue, Mr Mayor.
So, Councillor Patterson is suggesting that we haven't followed that statutory process. So I think it's probably incumbent either for the EGM to have given a right or reply that, in his opinion, have all statutory processes or obligations been followed.
Through you, Mr Mayor, in my view, yes, we have, and I can share Bundle Road average traffic impacts if the council so wishes as well.
All right,
Well,
so
Mr Mayor, I think that goes to the point that we haven't. Upton Street will be significantly impacted.
Councillor Hamill?
No, sorry, Mr Mayor. We have been. It is noted in the report
the
that
director
Bundle
just
Road
told-
will be
Pause it.
impacted
Sit down.
without any detail.
Sit down. Mr Hamill?
I don't mean, I really didn't want to take Councillor Patterson off her course, but when
Well,
you're bringing up
clearly.
that there's been a failure of statutory obligations, I
There
think that's
has.
important to understand. That's a fairly substantial charge delay.
Yes.
So the EGM has responded that in his professional opinion there has been no statutory obligation not met. Mr EGM, the information you referred to as well around Bundle Road or other parts of the road network, was that information available to any councillor through the ARCs about at their one-on-one briefings or at committee or any time in between?
Through you, Mr Mayor, any councillor is welcome to that information. Obviously, it's broader traffic modelling, not specifically related, but we do have the pre and post information, as we do for all intersections around the city.
May I continue, Mr Mayor?
Yeah, as long as you don't keep saying that they haven't done their work in the statutory.
Well, it's clear that the evidence and the data that
Well-
has been provided for some streets has not been provided for other streets that will be impacted.
He just said
But
to
I'll
you,
leave that
sit
alone.
down.
I'll leave
Sit
that part
down,
alone.
please. The director has said that he has fulfilled the obligation. For you to continue to allege that they have not.
May I ask questions to the EGM?
You're in your speech. And my point is, if the director has said that he has fulfilled the statutory obligation, well, for you to continue to say that he has not, unless you've got proof that he has breached that, then you can't continue to say to someone that you haven't done your job.
Would you like me to note the proof?
Okay.
So under the statutory obligations, we do need to consider the specific data, stress testing on these areas.
Okay, you keep saying the statutory obligation. Can you quote the Act, please?
Well, I could if I have a little bit more time.
Well,
but
you should have done your homework.
I certainly did do my homework.
You should have done your homework with the Act, right? Just pause there. You should have done your homework with the Act before you include in your speech, because you're making allegation to a duty of an officer of high standing.
Yes.
And I can't accept that without you going.
What
and he
section
just
is it?
replied, "Excuse me, I'm talking." So my point is that Councillor Hamill's rightfully point of order, and I'm saying to you, don't continue bemerging our director. He's already answered it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have it confirmed at section 69.1 in the Act, but I will not continue on that vein. I think you've got my message on that. But when this decision is scrutinised, the public...
Okay, pause for a second. You quoted the Act. Read it out.
Don't know if you got it handy. I don't have mine. Yeah, cool. I did have this. I can't believe I took it out of my document.
You said you had it. Please read it.
Yeah. So I can tell you the Act. Section 69.1 requires that there be reasonably available for use by the traffic, that there needs to be a consideration of capacity, long-term performance, resilience under peak and incident conditions, and compliance with council's own level of service standards.
So you're saying that has not been fulfilled?
No, because the impact on Bundle Road has not... We haven't got anything
more... the director's answer?
Yes. I don't think that has considered the fact. It is a general statement on time. It doesn't give us any stress testing. It doesn't give us anything on peak hour. It doesn't give us any consideration that intersection's already running over capacity. Upton Street
does the Act say that you've got to do all those things?
Yes, we need the detail to make a decision. And Upton Street Ashmore many people will know how terrible that roundabout is.
But
that roundabout,
but the director just said it's available for you to have a look at, and they've done the test on that.
Mr. Mayor, under the obligations we have, having it available is not sufficient. It has to be included in this report for councillors to consider. So I don't.
Pause that for a second, Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not familiar with that part of the Act, so I would understand that as professionals, the officers would have to consider all that, but I don't believe the Act actually refers to the need for the full data sets of all those data models provided to us.
Yeah, I agree that the director, if if you looked at the data as specific for the Act, and you find it's no concern, there's no need to go further. Am I right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did local area traffic modelling and broader modelling. There are numerous intersections across the city that councillors would be aware that are at capacity or under capacity. We look at the specifics of the traffic generated, which for a major road such as Bundall, we estimated that there was a 4-second southbound increase and a 9-second northbound increase in average traffic, which we did not think was material.
Okay. And Mr. CEO?
So Section 69(1) of the Act says that a council can close a road temporarily or permanently if there is a reasonably available alternative. Right? We're about to read it. I would argue that that road has been closed off and on for the last 25 years. I would argue we then undertook probably the most comprehensive trial ever undertaken to close a road in the city's history. We've done 2 rounds of consultation. We've done modelling on each of the main affected intersections. I don't think there is a reasonable person on this earth who wouldn't say it meets the test of there are reasonable alternative routes for the road to be closed. And we know that because we've been closing this road off and on for 25 years or more like 50 years.
Specifically, we installed the bollard to close it. Councillor Patterson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With Upton Street Ashmore Road intersection, our officers would love to put traffic lights in there or expand that roundabout because it is totally unworkable right now. However, we can't because the state-owned Bundall Ashmore Road is running over capacity. So it will not. We cannot fix it. So that was my concern is about the flow on there, which hasn't.
That's another issue, Councillor.
Well, it's not really, because Upton Street hasn't even been considered.
I'm telling you, that's another issue.
Okay.
And there has been previous study before you came in as a councillor on those roundabouts.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, when this decision is scrutinised by the public, the media, and as is probably quite likely in a court of law, no one will ask whether we liked the vibe. They will ask whether we applied the tests properly and whether we had the evidence to justify our decision. On that standard, I consider that this report does not deliver. We must not set a precedent of making major decisions on subjective impressions or incomplete data. And our community expects and deserves decisions based on robust evidence and sound process. If we were to get this wrong, the consequences are real and long-lasting. The financial cost of fixing avoidable mistakes, whether through remedial works, legal challenges, or future infrastructure upgrades, could be large. And once we close a road, reopening it is rarely simple or inexpensive. Mr. Mayor, I do ask my fellow councillors to vote against permanently closing a 9,000 commuter per day road until we have the full evidence and analysis required by law to make a responsible, defensible decision.
Can you, Mr. CEO, can you ask that not the foreshadow motion that's on the screen, I'd like the normal motion that we're debating. Thank you. Councillor Hamill?
Mr. Mayor, while it was roughly answered before, if I could just again, I think it would be appropriate, given Councillor Patterson's close of that, to enable the CEO and the EGM to respond and acknowledge on the public record they believe they have fulfilled all of their duties as per the Act.
Yes,
Councillor Patterson
right.
references a court case. I just think the CEO being given that opportunity is probably appropriate.
I think you're right. Go ahead, Mr. CEO.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, so once again, Section 69(1) of the Act says that the council is entitled and has a right and an ability to close a road either temporarily or permanently, but only in the circumstances in which there is a reasonably available alternative route. The whole purpose of these trials has been to ensure that there is a reasonably alternative route. We've also gone even further and spoken to the community about whether the change is reasonable and that cars can go somewhere else. Not to mention the fact that, as I've said, on numerous occasions, for as long as any of us can remember, we've been closing that road. So that is my long-winded way of saying, Deputy Mayor, that I am extremely confident that we have met our legislative requirement. And I also make the point that in terms of briefing councillors, which is not this section, but ensuring councillors have all reasonable information, it's my understanding, Director, that councillors received individual briefings on this, as well as the fact that it's been through committee, now it's got here. So there's been ample opportunity for councillors to debate this motion and ask any question that they have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. CEO. We're up to speaking for the motion. Is that a question? Question, Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. At committee, I did request that officers make contact with emergency services following the 13th of April incident that shut the city down. I had specifically asked that they make contact to discuss the impact of that accident and whether their view had changed in any way as a result of the 5-hour closure. I also had a question about whether there was a requirement for referral to SARA and the state government before the road was closed. So if I can get answers to both those questions, I'd be grateful.
Who do you want to answer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think we've received a response back from emergency services on the specific truck rollover. Just looking at my officers, that's a no. So would you like to come in? I'll just invite Deb in through you, Mr. Mayor.
Through Mr. Mayor, we contacted all the emergency services, police, fire, ambulance on Friday, and their response in general for all three is that they are looking very much forward to working with the city on providing a long-term permanent solution to emergency services access. In particular, they said if they had to reach a destination in a hurry, they would make it happen. Ambulance services said happy with the trial and no objections. Police services said traffic congestion is an occasional inconvenience, but not insurmountable. Current temporary gates access is not ideal, but we can live with that in the short term. And the fire services said there is a need to improve the current access procedure. That's all.
All right. Question, Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just while I was reading the Act, just seeking confirmation that you'll fulfil 69.3. Yeah, I think it's publishing a notice.
Don't need to. Yes.
Yes. Councillor Marshall. Yep, go ahead. Are you
thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Look, I'm.
Are you speaking for it again?
For.
For, yeah, that's your turn. I'll come back to you. Councillor Peter Young.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just a question in relation to what we heard from the officer. Can you please reiterate what was said about something being acceptable in the short term?
Currently, there's a process where the emergency services have keys to unlock the gates to get in north or south of the Esplanade. They also have the current existing procedure with keys for the Matador, Bollards and Cableway. So what they've said is that is cumbersome, but they'll make do with it in the short term.
Maybe just one thing quickly.
Thank you. So could I ask a further question, Mr Mayor, through you? What would be the long-term solution for the emergency services then? Thank you.
CEO.
Yeah, so there are better solutions around than the current ones we have in place, which are pretty manual. There's automated solutions. They might be using the lifeguard services to drop them automated. There's a range of services, and this goes to the broader point about trial after trial after trial, rather than having a final decision, so that we can invest the money we need to put in place a more permanent solution.
Okay. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you, it's really divisive. Obviously, I came here desperately being told that I'm a people pleaser, so that's why I was trying to get the road. I was trying to get the road opened during the week and closed at the weekends. I acknowledge that that's not possible, but I am a supporter of closing this road. I completely understand the concerns that the community has. You know, we have 3 main north-south roads that were built probably 60s, 70s when we had 80,000 people. We've now got 760,000. So I was hoping for an innovative change or difference, but if I had to sit on one side of the fence, it would be to close the Esplanade. I think what people don't really, I guess, realise, and I fully acknowledge Councillor Patterson as a nipper mum at Surface, but having been in Surface Paradise as a competitor and seeing the way they operate, when they're strong, the movement's strong, and the movement needs to be strong because every tower on the Gold Coast costs us $350,000 to man a year, and if the movement dies, that's money that we as ratepayers have to pay. I love the fact that it's a safer area. Did go down there over the holidays with my kids, and even the long weekend just gone. It is a vastly different place on the weekends, which is again why I wanted to try and keep it closed on weekends and open on the weekdays. But if I had to choose, it would certainly be that for it to be closed. I welcome the fact that it will be uplifted. I completely agree that it's looked less than fitting in some of the things that were there, acknowledging that they were only temporary. I really hope that we had a better solution to kind of make everyone, as I mentioned at traffic transport during the week, sometimes they say if you make everyone a little bit unhappy, you've hit the mark, and I was hoping that would be the case in this instance, that we could do something that made everyone a little bit unhappy, but everyone got over it. But acknowledging that, I think based on the data and the comments, I have to lean towards the Esplanade being closed.
Okay. Against the motion, Councillor Gates.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. I acknowledge that everyone has strong emotions in regard to this, and it's primarily because it's the heart of our city and it's so important to our tourism economy. And in that regard, I have found it staggering that there was no contribution from the CEO of either Invest Gold Coast or Experience Gold Coast contained within the report. Quite clearly, they're the bodies that we've established and spent millions of dollars to drive our investment opportunities and, of course, tourist numbers to the city. My personal experience has been walking the boardwalk and the Cavill Mall every other day for the whole period of the trial, and all I can say is that I have witnessed a considerable downturn in people within the mall. That's despite the figures that we were presented, which made it very hard to argue against the permanent closure. The statistics provided were quite solid in the report that we received, but what they overlooked completely was the corresponding improvement in visitation in the year of 2025, where we had an extra 2 million tourists come to our area. And there were some figures about expenditure, Mr Mayor, and of course we've been in a fairly high inflation period. So for me, the increased visitation related purely to tourism numbers and the cost of doing business. I, of course, since at committee I was the only one who supported or who opposed the permanent closure. And so I've been contacted by many businesses in the last week expressing concern about the situation, and I've been approached by people, and I'm sure Councillor Patterson has had the same emails, which is how I came to have the the number of the act that she was struggling to put her hand on. But it's varied. I appreciate Councillor Taylor's involvement and that he has his finger on the pulse as far as his community is concerned. But I have a great concern that our residents who live to the north of the precinct and to the south of the precinct are inhibited in a much greater way than the seconds that are suggested of delay. In fact, I've driven it myself many times, and the traffic is basically at a standstill on Fernie Avenue in the part that is now closed off. It does ease up once you get through that point, but it definitely can be a delay of, in my experience, 15 minutes at least. So, Mr Mayor, I had foreshadowed at committee the opening in the interim period so that we could get some feedback from our entities, from Invest and from Experience, and that we could consult not just with the visitors and people who are in the Cavill Mall, but further to our residents at Main Beach and our residents at Broad Beach and even Mermaid. I ran in on the day of the truck rollover. I ran into Michael Augustus, who for many years headed 9 News here on the Gold Coast, and he was on his bike, and he actually had a long discussion with me about no one wanting to drive into that precinct anymore in terms of rideshare vehicles, taxi drivers, because it takes them too long now to get to the heart of the city and to earn a quid by getting a fare and getting back out again. So, Mr Mayor, I think that we still have work to do, and I didn't get an answer to my request about whether SARA needs to be consulted because of their ownership of the Gold Coast Highway or whatever. I'd really appreciate it if officers can tell me whether there's a requirement for a referral to the state government.
Yeah, the CEO said no, it doesn't.
The Local Government Act powers allow us to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Taylor, you ready to close?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, colleagues. There's been a lot of discussion around this item, particularly around the idea that it's simply about closing a section of road, because it's not. This is not a decision about closing a road. This is about how we shape the future of Surfers Paradise and how we respond to the continuing growth of our city. And importantly, this has not been a decision made in isolation. We undertook a trial, and the trial was deliberate. It was designed to give us real feedback, to hear directly from residents, from local businesses and from visitors, to understand how the space functions and how people move through it, and what the impacts of change actually looks like. And what that process has confirmed is that Surfers Paradise is evolving. It's no longer just a tourism destination, it's a high-density, mixed-use precinct with more residents, more developments, and increased pressure on how we use our public space. And with that growth comes responsibility, a responsibility to ensure that the experience we provide for both people who live there and people who visit is of a high standard. Because that experience defines Surfers Paradise. Now, I want to acknowledge there are concerns around traffic access, impacts on businesses, particularly from residents on either side of the precinct who rely on moving through this area day to day. Those concerns are valid and they need to be taken serious. But we have also looked closely at the data coming out the trial. And what the data shows is that the impact on travel times through the precinct is minimal. And I do drive through Surfers on a regular basis. And I regularly have to go to meetings and visit visitors, whether it's coming from Mermaid Beach through to Main Beach or whether it is in the city. And my personal experience has been very minimal experience of interruptions. This is important because we demonstrate the network continues to function even through these changes in place. Now, there's been a recent incident, such as the accident that caused significant congestion. But we need to be clear, any major incident on a key corridor will cause disruption, regardless of the configuration of the road. These situations are managed case by case. and they're not reflective of a day-to-day operation of a network. And we should not be making long-term planning decisions based on isolation events. Because when we look at the broader picture, the network is working, and it's important to reflect on the full picture from our engagement. Through the process, we've engaged extensively with both the business community and local residents, and there's been strong support across both groups. That includes the Chamber of Commerce, Paradise Centre, key precinct stakeholders, and people from Cavill Avenue at the Western End, operators from Hilton, Surfers Paradise, as well as major property owners and long-term investors in the area. But just importantly, we have heard from residents within the precinct and the Paradise Centre, and residents across Surfers Paradise more broadly. And many of these residents have been strongly supportive of this direction. These are people who live here, people who experience the precinct every day, and they understand the long-term success of Surfers Paradise is not built on vehicles moving through it, but creating a place where people want to spend time. Now, as a city, we need to recognise that the way we move around is changing. And that's not a new direction. Over the past 6 years, we've made significant investment in our network transport, include improvements in Isla Capri Bridge, upgrades to the Southport Bridge connection, and continued expansion of our Ocean Way through Surfers Paradise, connecting south through to Broad Beach. These are not isolation projects. They're part of a broader strategic approach to how we move people around our city. We're building a network that supports multiple ways of moving by cars, yes, but also by walking, cycling, and active travel. Because a growing city cannot rely on a single mode of transport. And that's what this is about. This is not about removing access. This is about improving how overall network functions. At the same time, we must acknowledge the pressure that comes with density. As our city grows, lifestyle becomes more important, not less. Public space like the Esplanade are not just corridors. They are part of how people live. They are where families gather, where people walk, and where visitors experience our city. And if we don't protect and enhance those spaces now, we risk losing what makes this place special. This project forms part of a broader revitalisation of Surfers Paradise, including foreshore, the mall upgrade, and delivery of the new music hall. It's about ensuring the precinct continues to evolve as a place for people, because people don't come to Surfers Paradise to drive along the Esplanade. They come to experience it. Now I want to come back to the trial, because this wasn't just theoretical. The trial gave us real measurable insights. It showed strong pedestrian use, it demonstrated how space functions when prioritised for people, and it gave us direct feedback from people who use it. And importantly, what the data shows is that support outweighs opposition, and the support is coming from the people who operate in this precinct every day, and the people who live here, and across the surrounding communities. And that matters, because these people who experience this precinct every day. So yes, there's significant change, but it's also considered change, a tested change, and a necessary step as our city continues to grow. Because the alternative is to stand still. And in a city like ours, standing still is not neutral. It's meaning falling behind. This is about ensuring Surfers Paradise continues to evolve and it remains vibrant, competitive, and a place that people want to spend time in it. And I'm confident that this step is in the right direction. I hope councillors support this motion.
Okay, the debate's closed, councillors. Division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Against?
Councillor Doran, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler.
Motion carried. Councillors, any other items you want to deal separately? Councillor Doran?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to quickly deal with item 6.5. I do have a question and then a quick change recommendation, but it won't be long.
All right, we'll adjourn for lunch. I reckon, 40 minutes. Okay, 6.5, go ahead with your question.
To the Director, during the process of the evaluation stage, what weighting was applied between the service quality, safety outcomes and the operator fee during that procurement process? And what was the formal oversight during that evaluation process?
Okay. We'll have to go into close. It's a commercial transaction. So we'll move into close. Seconder, Councillor Taylor. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. streaming on. Galleries open. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a change recommendation that is on the screen.
Okay, I'll call it on the screen, but if you could read out the in red change. Thank you.
Adding number 4, that any future shared e-bike scheme new contract or amendment to an existing contract be brought back to council for endorsement.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, very briefly, it's hard to argue with 3.3 million trips since December 2020. I think that's a success story for the service. I've been a skeptic on the line bike because of the experience in Division 11, but when you just put that up against the numbers, it's compelling. However, we need to modernise transport choice, as Councillor Taylor referenced in our previous matter, and this is obviously supporting that with micromobility. But Division 11 residents experience this scheme at a street level. It's through unfortunate placement of the bikes through obstruction or clustering or conflicts with pedestrians, and inconsistent response times when issues arrive. What this contract needs to continue to improve to justify its length is that we need to ensure that we have good compliance, responsiveness from the operator, that they're visible and consistent, and it's applied throughout the suburban neighbourhoods, not just on the coastal corridor where there's a fairly active efforts to cluster them in the right spots. The change recommendation also requires that any change to this contract or any future contract come back to council for endorsement. This is simply because my view is that a contract of this consequence, given its scattering throughout the area, is something that council should have sight to before next endorsement. That's not to say that there wasn't proper process. There was. We do have a report that outlines a very detailed process, but I do believe that next time, in 4 years' time, it comes back to council. Thank you.
Anyone want to speak against? Question, Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Doran, I just wanted to check this change recommendation because is there a 0.5 to this? Because committee, we actually did change the recommendation. And so I'm just seeking to understand if Councillor Doran's builds on the committee change recommendation, or in fact he's gone back to the original committee recommendation, in which case I would propose an amendment.
Councillor Doran.
Councillor Doran just added number 4 as an addition to what was on the recommendation in the agenda. So I'm happy to take the committee recommendation, and I'm just adding on that last point. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. So that point 4, which we moved at committee, I think it's valuable that there's an annual report.
So now it's a 5, right?
5.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Tozer, you right with that? You're a seconder? All right. Anyone speak against? Councillor Lacastra.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm not supportive of this whatsoever, and I think one of those reasons, and there are many, but one of those reasons is what Councillor Doran has actually just raised about the fact that these things are just left scattered. I'm paraphrasing, but scattered around the suburbs, and we're not just looking at coastal strip. They're untidy. They're dangerous. They're dangerous using footpaths. I don't think bikes should be on footpaths, and I believe that certainly a power cycled bike should not be sharing a footpath with pedestrians. That's why a footpath is called a footpath. It's for people walking. If you want to use a bike lane. The other thing that I feel very, very strongly about is this report and previous reports are always referring to active travel. How can something that's power cycled be active travel? If you want active travel, ride a bloody push bike. You do the pedals and you actually generate it. You are active. That is what active travel is. A powered assisted cycle is not active travel. And if you want to use it, use the bike lanes, because that's where you should be, because you should not be on the footpaths. Also, I'd love to know actually where the figures in this report came from. The figures in this report which spoke about the safety of these things, where I think there's reference in there to something like 0. But put it this way: is it 1,200 in the fleet, and it's going to be 1,200 in the fleet, and it talks about something like 0.11 or 0.01 accidents reported, which it's totally contrary to the report that came before us in September 2025, where it spoke about a 650% increase in e-bike accidents and injuries, just in general, between 2021 and 2025. So I'd love to know where these figures on the safety came from. So that's a question, Mr. Mayor. Who actually provided these figures on the percentages?
Here we go.
Question on the debate. Through the Mayor, I think you're referring to the number of trips as opposed to the number of reported incidents to Lyme. And when you divide that, that's where we come up with that percentage. That's what we're saying is a very low percentage of people having issues with the e-bikes. When I say incidents, it's not just safety or crashes. It's a whole range of instances. And the other report you're referring to is about all e-bikes, not just the e-bike share scheme. So the e-bike share scheme is much more highly regulated than a normal personal e-bike. We have conditions in place. You have to be over 18 to use these. They're geo-fenced. They're speed limited as opposed to others. But you've also got to remember you have to pedal these bikes. You still have to pedal them. So there's still a means of active transport with these bikes as well. That's what we are really focusing on. There's still a pedal involved. There's still some physical effort involved in riding these bikes.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that's not what I asked. I asked where the figures actually came from, who provided them. So it says a breakdown of percentages of reported incidents in 2025. Minor, 0.06, typical of small scrapes or falls. Moderate, 0.002, higher level care required and potential hospitalisation. Who provided those figures in the report? That's the only question I asked, Mr. Mayor.
Through the Mr. Mayor, Lyme.
Lyme.
Yep.
So Lyme, that's a bit like, okay, so Lyme provided these figures.
That's correct. That was part of their reporting,
thanks.
yes.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor. To me, that's tantamount to being at school and marking your own exam card, quite honestly. How can you rely on figures that have been given to you by the person that we're giving the contract to? Mr. Mayor, I can't support this. For me, there's just major problems with e-bikes using our footpaths. I don't believe that there should be any support for this at all. I feel very strongly, as everyone knows. So I have to say the way I feel, and I really don't think we should be pursuing with these contracts at all. Just finally, what I'd say is all this stuff about active travel, as I say, if it's going to be active travel, don't have something that's power cycled. And where do we factor in the cost of safety? Because I'm sorry, I cannot. When I look at that last report, and I know that wasn't on Lyme bikes, I know that was on general e-bikes, but it seems amazing that these figures can be so low. Yes, I know they're 18, know they're wearing helmets, etc. But even from pedestrians who have actually been hit, rear-ended by someone coming by, or even front on, I just don't support this in any way, shape, or form. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I'll be voting against.
For the motion, Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Castro has hated the bicycle since it was invented, so he's had a long history with them. Said you've hated the bicycle since they were invented, Bob. Mr. Mayor, rise to have a very, very different opinion to Councillor Castro. So I don't have Lyme bikes in my end of the city yet, but I hope sometime in the future when we have the footpath and bikeway network to make that an option that we can. But Mr. Mayor, as someone who loves to come down into the parts of the city that do have the Lyme bike network, we regularly use the offering that's there. We jump on the bikes, go for a tour around. Appreciate Councillor Castro's point about safety and concerns in the other report, but the experience that I have heard from divisional councillors who have got Lyme bikes, especially on the foreshore, is that the people on Lyme bikes are not the ones causing the problems. It's the people on private e-bikes and e-scooters are the ones causing issues, that most people on Lyme bikes are doing the right thing. So I really appreciated that feedback through committee. Mr. Mayor, also very happy to support this because Lyme bikes seem to have shown a genuine intent of working with city officers to make improvements. From when I was first elected, there's been several updates through the years. They've updated parts of the contract. They've been willing to be flexible and to change things and to make adjustments. The feedback from officers at committee was that they have
added a lot more additional KPIs, a lot more changes into this contract to reflect that feedback. So very happy to support this differing offering in the city and encourage anyone who uses a Lion bike or any other e-bike or normal bicycle, how was that again, Bob? To be safe on our footpaths and roads, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Speak against the motion. I'll take one more for the motion. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do support the Lion bikes. We all know over a period of time we've had challenges with them. I think at one stage there were so many out in the market that I think it was causing problems for everyone, whether it was foreshore or external. But I think the important thing about this process was to get some improvements out of the new contract. The bits that I take heart into is comfort to is helmets. We see helmets all around the city now. They have to be clipped back into the new bike when the bikes are introduced, and that means the user has to keep paying until there's clipped back in. Parking, there's some new parking bays around the city, so it will help in relation to manage it. But just so council's aware, on the app there's what we call pins. Those pins can be reviewed at any stage. So in your particular area, if you find a pin that's causing havoc or not an appropriate area, I believe we can work with the officers in Lyme to get an appropriate location for those pins. Geofencing, so we talk about where they operate and where they don't operate. So the Lyme bikes have got the ability to disengage and slow down and control where they go through the city. So that's always been a feature. Time frame, we did get a reduction from 3 days to 2 days. I think 2 days is still a long time, and hopefully Lyme take that on board and be really proactive, particularly not in the areas of, I'll say, the high usage areas. It's more the frustration outside those areas. KPIs, the ability for us to actually find the operator. Previously, we didn't have those powers, so the ability for us to ensure they do what they're supposed to do, and the limited amount they're going to have in the city as well. So the previous problem was the volume that was out there. It's limited to how many they can have around the city, and obviously we're now getting a return where previously we didn't. So there's a lot of positives. I think we're all going to take a good interest in the new contract when the bikes come out, but I support the current notification of the contract, and also the next time the contract comes along, it's really important that we do understand the challenges and we can put feedback to the outcome, and also a yearly report to understand the Lion bike, what improvements they've intended to give, and hopefully it'll show in future reports.
All right. Against anyone? Councillor Doran to close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So very briefly, there's a cap on the fleet of 1,300 that Councillor Taylor was referring to. This seeks to mitigate unused or formerly used bikes that are just sitting around, which is good. As the tourism capital of Australia, it is actually really important, I think, to have another mobility option for those who are in Surfers Paradise at our new Esplanade that's going to be activated to be able to get down to Broadbeach and up to SeaWorld and around and about without having to jump in an Uber. I think it's a good thing for the city and for our economy. I think that there is better compliance in relation to holding them to account than what there was only 2 or 3 years ago, Mr Mayor, which is a great improvement, not just in this contract, but in the past change that was championed by Councillor Taylor the last time we looked at the e-bike scheme. I think that we, as a council, see this every day. We see them in our spaces and they seem to linger there longer probably because we're noticing them and we're very aware of them. But I think the benefits are far outweighing the cons at this point. We've got to actively continue to manage it in a proactive way with an operator that's willing to make changes as we go, which they have been. So I think in the balance of pros and cons, this is a good outcome for the city.
Okay, debate's closed, Councillor. All in favour, show of hands. Division's call.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Doran, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Just waiting for you. Against, you ready? Against?
Councillor Lacastra.
No, there's 10 there. I can count 10.
Still not enough.
Carried, supermajority. Rightio. Any other items on this, Councillor Tozer? You don't want any more? I'll go to Councillor Taylor then.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Thank you, Director. Number 12, consideration notice motion is nil. Question on notice is nil. 14.1, Councillor Doran. Petition.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition requesting that the City of Gold Coast to produce a citywide protocol for temporarily cordoning off active wildlife nesting areas in public open spaces be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Doran, 14.2.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition requesting council to install permanent CCTV cameras connected to the city's safety camera network within Jim Harris Park, 28 to 34 Cassia Drive, Varsity Lakes, be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 14.3, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Hat-trick. I move that the petition requesting the City of Gold Coast to explore the installation of wrapping the trees along Varsity Parade, Varsity Lakes between Moores Crescent and Lake Street with solar-powered bud lighting to enhance, activate and encourage the nighttime economy in Varsity Lake CBD be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried. 14.4, Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition requesting a secured fenced-off off-leash dog area at Rotaract Park between Ballyando Drive and Bushmead Street, Nairn be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Anyone to speak against? All in motion. Show of hands.
All in motion.
Carry. 14.5, Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition from residents of Whitecap Close, Pacific Pines, requesting urgent rectification of stormwater drainage above their property boundaries on the ridge slope be received and referred to a committee for a consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands.
Thank you.
Against, motion carried. 14.6, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition requesting council to upgrade the intersection of Connor Street and Park Avenue in Burleigh Heads be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 14.7, Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition requesting council to develop a precinct-wide approach to managing construction activity in and around Jefferson Lane, Palm Beach be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 14.8, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition from the members of Gold Coast Community Alliance requesting to improve transparency and community engagement around decisions that alienate or privatise public open space and parklands be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Martin. Anyone speak against? All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 14.9, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition requesting the City of Gold Coast reviews their imposition of a $129,000 infrastructure charge on a pre-existing building and small extension to Sunny Skies Swim School be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Marshall. Anyone speak against? All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 14.10, Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition requesting a formal review and removal of the current 2-hour parking... We get a seconder?
Yeah, you got to move it, then we second it once you've read it out.
Have you moved it?
Parking restriction in Moody Court and Watkins Court Park would be received and referred to the committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Fowler.
Snuck it in on the other side.
Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show hands. Against, motion carried. Item 15, general business, nil. Councillor Martin.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I just wonder, it relates to the petitions, and I wondered if you would, it was relating to that item, I wonder if you would accept a general business item, given I've now received this petition.
No.
Okay.
Item 16, 16.1, Invest Gold Coast.
Yep, we need to go.
All right, they're coming in. Councillors, is commercial confidence. All in favour, show. I move. Seconder. Councillor Gates. All in favour, show hands. Against, motion carried. Streaming off. Well, welcome back, viewers. Streaming on, thumbs up, and recommendation on the screen. Mover, Councillor Castro. Seconder, myself. And Councillor Castro, could you open the debate, please?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, obviously limited in what I can say because this is a commercial in confidence item, but as you can see on the screen, this is looking at, as number 2 says, endorsing an allocation of the budget, which I can't go into, for the funding of additional studios, which of course we've debated and been very open about with the public for quite some time at the Yatala Film Precinct, and showing that this funding is actually going to accommodate Shadowbox actually establishing themselves here on the coast. Anyone who really knows anything about film, and if not, look it up. Shadowbox is a huge global and film company, highly respected, and the sound studios that they operate are second to none. So to have a facility like this to already go with the fantastic offerings that we already have in our city as far as film production goes is just going to take this city to another level. The film industry is one of our key industries now. The film industry generates approximately and probably in excess of $600 million per annum to our local economy. It employs a lot of people. I've spoken to many film producers and particularly to international producers who love shooting here. I've spoken about this before. They love the city, they love the locations, they love what we've got, but they make it quite clear that we haven't got enough. We need more, because they want to keep coming. They want to keep coming back, and why would you not want to come to the Gold Coast to make films? As I say, great locations, great weather most of the time, and also fantastic crews. The international producers, not only the Australian ones, but the international producers love working with Australian crews, and particularly Gold Coast crews. They just find that their productivity is much better. They find the whole experience of making films even more enjoyable than it already is. And we're actually missing out on productions. We already accommodate for probably a third, if not more, of international productions that come into Australia. And this is actually going to increase those percentages dramatically once this is in place. As I say, it's going to employ a lot more people. It's going to put us even secure our position globally even further. And it's very exciting, and I really hope that, and I think all councillors see the value of the film industry now. They can actually see what it's bringing in. We've now got the biggest awards that we've actually snared who come to the city in the ACTA Awards. We've got a deal in place for another 3 years. Everyone in the film industry wants to be here. We've just had the Screen Forever, the 40th Screen Forever. We've actually hosted that 6 years in a row. From speaking to the organisers and speaking to the producers, they want to keep coming back year after year after year. And to make sure we keep that confidence and keep them coming back, we need to show that we're prepared to back the industry. And I think this is one very big way to show that we're very serious about the film industry and that we want this to continue to grow. So certainly commend this recommendation to one and all. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Speak against the motion. Councillor Castro, would you mind if I close? Yeah. Councillors, I can't add much more than what Councillor Castro just said, but I just want to make public acknowledgement that Premier Crisafulli gave me the encouragement to absolutely go after this deal, and that his government shows support on this project. And with that support, we're able to come to where we are now and vote on to move it further and have the CEO with the delegation to finalise the leasing agreement that we will have additional infrastructure for the film industry. I just want to acknowledge that. So the debate's closed, councillors, and the vision's called. I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor
no
Tate.
need. It's unanimous. Right. 16.2, Mr. CEO, what do we got?
We have the next one, which will require our friends from Invest to come in with a few extras. Thank you. And we need to go into closed because it, again, is commercial and
Does anyone need a toilet break? 2 minutes. Come on. Hi, viewers. I'm moving to close. Commercial and confidence. Move. Second to Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Viewers, thumbs up.
This is absurd.
Councillor Lacastro, we have a recommendation there. Would you like to move? Councillor Lacastro, seconder. Councillor Peter Young. Could you speak on that, please?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gates giving me a hard time saying I'm moving a planning matter. Well, it's sort of a planning matter, but not really. So
It really is.
No. Well, it is, but anyway, without getting into a debate that I can't get into. Mr. Mayor, look, just again on the same subject of the creative industries, it's really good to have a council that is so pro the creative industries, and this site, the Miami Arts Depot, dubbed MAD, is I believe a perfect site for the creative industries for so many reasons. We've had great advice along the way from the creative industries. We've really interrogated this site very thoroughly. Clearly, there's still a way to go from a planning point of view. We still need to go out and see exactly how this will look on the ground. But overall, what we're saying is, yeah, we appreciate that this is going to be a great site, a great outcome for the city, and that we are going to continue down the path that we set on. And I'm sure that we will get an outcome that that the local community and the wider community is very, very proud of. So still a bit to go, but the most important thing is that we see the importance of continuing to support the creative industries. So I'll probably leave it at that. Okay. Yes, because I don't want to debate planning matters, because because I'm a pretty formidable force when I do, Mr. Mayor. So
Okay, just before I ask for speaking against, I just want to ask the CEO, should we resume the depot operation? How many trucks goes through there, and operation hours? Should we decide to maintain the depot there?
Thank the Mayor for his question without notice. So there are... well, I can say that I know that work start there at approximately 3 a.m. Because it services the beach. I can say there are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of truck movements. And no matter what happens with this project, the city's already decided to relocate the majority of those works up to Carrara. If they were to come back, it would have a major impact on that community. And there's been a significant community benefit already delivered, Mr. Mayor, through the fact that we've been able to find an alternative use for that site, starting at 6 a.m., so as I said, 3 a.m. and going right through to tonight. It is in its current form the city's second largest depot, and services basically from there all the way down to Tubing.
Okay, well, should a state member wants to have a depot there in lieu of this, would be crazy, I could say.
I again thank the Mayor for his question without notice. What I would say is if any person supported a depot there, they'd be supporting a huge increase in the amount of truck movements in the area, which in my mind, I think the mind of most people, would not be in the benefits of the community who are down there.
Yeah, not in touch with the community, I would say.
They would be your words, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone would like to speak against? Councillor Castro, would you yield to Councillor Peter Young to close? Since he's seconder, do you mind that? That would be good.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The city's embarking on some pretty exciting projects, and this is one of the most, in my opinion. I don't live near the area, and I don't have to represent the people of that area, but I believe that any opposition to what's been progressed is ill-founded. I think that the outcomes here are going to benefit the entire city magnificently, and it's a really exciting project. I'm happy that we've got this opportunity to receive the details, and hopefully those details will be made apparent to the community pretty soon. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillors, the debate's closed. Division's call, I can hear it. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Oh, no need. No need for division. Carry unanimous. Very. All right, you handle the next one then, Bob. 16.3. Mr. CEO, what's happening?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, we'll be going into closed. Once again, we'll be using our colleagues from Invest Gold Coast, who we're keeping very busy today.
Yeah. All right, sorry.
All right.
I was too busy looking at planning matters. Okay, sorry.
Okay. Councillor will move into closed commercial in confidence. Move Councillor Taylor. Seconder, Councillor O'Neill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. thumbs up. Open the gallery. Welcome back, viewers. Right, councillors, Councillor Tozer, you're going to move the...
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move the motion as it reads on the screen. Do you want me to read it out, or how would you like me to do this?
Just the clause 4, if you could.
So in clause 4, we just need to substantiate some reasons why we might deviate from or give particularly advantageous lease terms to a particular entity. And in item 4 says that council endorses a lease tenure arrangement that departs from the city's community leasing policy as noted in section 2.3.1 of the report for the following reasons. That there's a significant community benefit to the Gold Coast community. B, that there's significant economic benefit to the city of Gold Coast and broader Gold Coast community, I think. We should probably say that. It's not just an economic benefit to the city of Gold Coast.
And the community.
Yep. And Gold Coast community. And C, the limited opportunity for alternative revenue streams to be, of an alternative revenue stream to be obtained from the land parcel.
Yeah, Councillor Gage, you're not smiling there.
I couldn't understand. You were speaking so fast, I missed it.
I'm sorry about that. But it's
on the screen there. Is that all right?
For you to read.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to open debate if I have a seconder, Mr Mayor.
Yeah. Seconder, Councillor Castro.
Mr Mayor, we have talked at length about this project in Emerald Lakes, and it's very exciting to see it come to life. I think there is a wonderful advantage to the city and the broader community by supporting these sorts of projects, and particularly in this professional sports space. This particular sport's probably not my favourite sport, but I do see its economic advantage to the broader city and also the way that it inspires community pride. In my community, we have a number of young sporting organisations and community groups who play sport every weekend, and when they are able to see professionals performing at the highest level, whether netball or rugby league or whatever it might be, there's that you can become what you can see, or you can't become what you can't see. And this idea that we have these teams doing this, playing at the highest level, that's a big inspiration to every one of our younger people. And I think it's frankly a core business of the local government to instil community pride. And this is one way that we can do that. Our hope, Mr Mayor, is that the council will ultimately partner with both the state and federal government to also support this initiative. But I'm hoping that councillors will support this today and we can get on with the job of supporting this particular team.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Patterson.
Mr Mayor, I have a change recommendation.
Okay.
If you'd be willing.
I don't know what.
I have a change recommendation, and if you don't wish to accept it, we can put it as a foreshadowed. So with, I realise 7 would be better actually after 5, as part of 5, if you don't mind. The change is, Mr Mayor, that the city endorses the city contribution, the council endorses the city contribution as noted in the attachment, except for a allocation of 50% of the noted ongoing operational costs.
I think materially changes my motion, so I couldn't.
Yeah, we'll take it as a first shadow.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
So I'll speak against, if I may.
You can speak against this motion.
Yep. Yep.
Not for shadow.
No, I understand.
Go ahead. Go ahead, you're on. You can't talk to a friend.
No, that's right. Mr Mayor, we've had 3 recommendations for great opportunities for our city today. But this recommendation is quite distinct from the other 2. The first were about capital investment by this city into our city. This last one is about ongoing operational commitment, quite different to a capital investment. I cannot support this in this case. It really does create a new precedent in terms of council contributing ongoing operational costs to a significant body outside our own. And that's why I will not be supporting this motion today.
Speaking for the motion, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, very happy to support and stand this motion today. Councillor Patterson's correct. We've had 3 very interesting and very different proposals today in different ways to support different sectors of our community. I think that reflects why this one is different. The other two were very particular to film and screen, and they have got a particular asset class and a particular financial stack that they work in. This is a different sport, a different asset class, and probably reflects why it's being set up this way. Mr. Mayor, the proposed lease tenure that comes with this is over a 30-year period, and some of those operational costs have been referred to are over that same period, and the impact on operational budget over that time is very minimal. I offset that by the economic gains that come from it. That's for the very limited operational costs that go into this site over a 30-year period. What the city gets back in economic benefit every year far exceeds it. Mr. Mayor, the contribution that we are being asked to make as part of this project, which includes hopefully state and federal government funding to come with it as well, is on the minor end of things. We're not the biggest player in the space. It also includes their proponent putting in their own cash as well as part of this deal. So, Mr. Mayor, very supportive of this process the whole way through and where we've got to. This is a really critical next step. The lease arrangement allows this project to go out to shovel ready, allows it to go out to tender and to move forward. And importantly, we are the first of the 3 levels of government to well and truly cement our place with this decision if supported today, which will then give this team the opportunity to go straight to the state and federal governments and say, well, as always, Council of City of Gold Coast is at the table first. Where's the state and federal money to match and get on with it? Very supportive of the motion and very supportive of helping this team deliver everything they can to the city, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, the definition of a city deal is when all 3 governments come together. So it will be another city deal for the Gold Coast should all 3 tiers of government come. And since we left the Council of Mayors, there hasn't been a city deal in South East Queensland. So we keep leading in making city deals. Councillor Gates?
Mr. Mayor, am I able to speak briefly to this?
I'm up to against. Do you want to speak against?
I do not want to speak against.
So, then no, not yet. Against?
Mr. Mayor, I just had a question in relation to what's on the screen before us. There was a number 7 as part of the recommendation initially in red, but have we scrapped that? Yes. I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, sorry for the confusion. Just 2 things quickly. We've just changed that so that it's city policies, not a specific policy, just so we're absolutely clear. And 7 was Councillor Patterson's now foreshadowed.
Okay, fair question. I'm asking for people to speak against. Councillors.
Mr. Mayor, so Councillor Gates can speak. I'm against anyone who's against.
Okay. Councillor Gates, go ahead.
Oh, thank you both, Councillor Lacastra and Mr. Mayor. I really just wanted to highlight the incredible perseverance and persistence of the owners of the Titans and the new owners as well, and the contribution that they have so far made to our city.
There's no name on this thing.
There is now.
It's okay, keep going.
Okay, so this project that we're talking about today delivers for the city some incredible infrastructure and not at a cost to ratepayers. I'm so sorry.
So am I.
I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening today.
It's late. Look, we started at 9.
Yeah.
And you know the song, 9 to 5. We're only 19 minutes from the 5 o'clock.
Okay, well, I'll speak like Councillor Tozer very quickly.
Yes.
This group has provided for our city great uplift in many quarters and national recognition, and what has been put before us today is, in my view, not a large contribution when no previous contribution of any significance has ever been made. And I think we need to keep supporting our national teams, and this is an opportunity that we don't want to miss.
Yeah. The other thing I just want to remind that this is a leasehold. So on 30 years' time, or when it reverts back to the city. So the contribution in that is not a giveaway. It's an investment for future generation. I'm not speaking for or against, just stating the facts. Anyone else wants to speak against Councillor Lacastra? You already done it, so Yeah, okay. Councillor Tozer, we close? No, I'm happy.
Mr Mayor, I do hope that councillors support this motion today. It's been a long time coming, and we've obviously gone through, quite a lot of due diligence to get to the point we are. We've assessed the development application, we've processed that. We are now at the final stages of executing a lease, and the particulars of that lease are outlined in this report. Mr Mayor, I hope that we all get behind this particular proponent so that we can see them have a long and fruitful future here on the Gold Coast.
Councillors, debate's closed. Division's called. And all in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Doran, Councillor Castro, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Against?
Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson.
Motion carries supermajority. We go to 16.4, 2026 Australian of the Year Awards.
Yes, please.
We got to go into close for. What do we use?
It's the one with most. It's fettering a future council.
General Counsel, what's the
matter.
reason to go to close on this one?
Yes. Yeah. It's the state effect.
Quickly.
It's on the board.
Is it on the board?
Yeah. Formal agreement with the state.
Procedural.
Confidence under law.
Yep. I can.
Is that one, all right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Second, anyone? Second, Councillor Taylor. I moved it. Seconded. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Motion carries. Gallery's open. Welcome back, viewers. I move the recommendation there on the screen. Australian second year. Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Great selection. I have to say, great effort to the committee who did all the work and did all the time there, and vote of thanks for them. And really, another proud moment that Gold Coast will be able to announce Gold Coast Australia of the Year, Gold Coast Young Australian of the Year, Gold Coast Senior of the Year, and Local Hero of the Year. Councillor Gates, you want to name them? No. All right. All right. Councillor, put this. Anyone want to speak against? We'll put it to the vote. I close the debate. All in favour, show hands. Against, motion carried unanimous. 16.5, councillors.
I'm going to take this one.
Councillor CEO, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this matter relates to the Cableway, Springbrook Cableway. I'm just going to say a few points. We have a presentation, but I'm just going to say a few quick points, then throw it open to questions, because I think the paper is fairly self-explanatory. So last time we talked about Cableway, Council asked for us to investigate an option at Mount Tamborine. That option has been investigated, and we used some professional advisors to do that. And what's contained in the paper is that that option for Mount Tamborine is not viable. It's not viable predominantly for two reasons, because of the complex land tenure, and also despite the presence of a village at the top of the mountain, the rider experience was not deemed valued. And ultimately, I think just as importantly, city officers met with Scenic Rim Council who do not support a cableway in that area, and it doesn't feature in any of their strategic planning. We have therefore discounted Mount Tamborine as an option to proceed with further investigation. We have undertaken some baseline community sentiment testing, which has found widespread community support for a cableway on the Gold Coast. And it is proposed that we come back to the council in the next couple of months with a short list of the 10 investigated corridors for Springbrook to a much smaller number. And as I said, that's due to come back in a couple of months. Following the consultation and investigation, as I said, we'll come back at the end of the year after we've narrowed it. So the first step was to remove Mount Tamborine. The next step was to get to a series of specific, more specific routes, 3 in fact, and then by the end of the year we'll come back with a final report, or the next report. As you can see, this is a very deliberate and staged approach, and what we're seeking to do here is to remove as much ambiguity as possible so that when we're talking to the community, we're talking about the actual project. That is very difficult to do because there's lots of people with lots of ideas, so those 3 steps are really important. So the first step is ruling out this route today. The next step is coming back with 3, and then by the end of the year, coming back with a more solid proposal. Happy to take questions. So we've got the team.
Thank you, CEO. Any questions? Councillor Tozer?
Mr. Mayor, the most recent higher profile cableway project is one in the Whitsundays, which I think is 1.8 kilometres. Could, through you to perhaps Alton or the CEO, what is the cost per kilometre for us to deliver this, or for a proponent to deliver this project?
That is almost impossible to answer depending on the topography and the routes chosen. That's exactly why we're doing the work we're doing now. Having had this experience, as you know, Councillor, in other jurisdictions, there are multiple factors that determine cost. That's the work that's going to be undergoing now. I wouldn't seek to try and guess.
We'll take it on notice.
And I can take it on notice.
If I can find out how much that cost them, I will.
Well, it's $100 million is the Whitsundays, and it's 1.8 kilometres. So I was trying to work out whether there had been any work done from us.
But you can't, in the way that, I mean, this might be a lot easier terrain. I don't know what route it is.
Yeah, fair enough, Mr. Mayor. I mean, we've obviously been exploring this for quite some time, and I thought we might be at a point where we could work out in Springbrook what it might cost generally per kilometre. No. But I appreciate it. There's no question of that, and I'm happy for it to be provided on notice.
Okay. Right, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just clarifying that.
You can stand up, please.
Oh, sorry. Just clarifying that no more expenditure is going to happen. We're not doing a business case at this stage. No. It's just purely corridor.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Right. Anyone wish to move it?
Can I just ask a
question about that. So my question then, based on Councillor O'Neill, there was an allocation in the most previous budget of, I think, $500,000, which I understand hasn't been fully expended yet. There's been some public reporting about another allocation, which I'm not 100% on, and it's also as part of the Special Budget Committee, so I wouldn't really talk about it. But are we suggesting that the work that is in the proposed resolution will be funded from the existing allocation, or will there need to be a decision today that is subject to Special Budget Committee?
There's no decision required today for any further funds.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, just in the resolution there, it's saying presented to council mid-2026. We're nearly mid-2026 now. Just want to confirm.
Yeah, months. So we're not quite at mid yet.
All right. That's all right. Councillor Doran?
Mr. Mayor, as someone who likes big thinking and new ideas, you did recently talk about drones coming to the city. I wonder whether or not the council, or if you've considered whether or not we should look at a drone, transported drones, rather than a cableway to unlock the inland experience.
That's another issue. We can look at that.
Okay.
Councillor Peter Young?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd just like to raise the issue that Mrs. Sally Spain wrote to all councillors today in regard to this matter. I haven't discussed the matter with her, but Sally's a personal friend of mine, so I'm just putting that out there. If councillors think that I should not participate, I'd ask them to suggest that now. Mr. Mayor, I had a question that I wanted to raise.
What did the email say? I didn't get it.
I think it was a fairly bland sort of thing. It just said we've got World Heritage protected areas and we should not support a cable car, something of that nature. And in fact, she wrote about the beach bars too, but I hadn't cottoned onto that till just now.
Yeah, no, I haven't got it.
Anyway, I'd put it to you. She's a personal friend of mine, but she's not a beneficiary in any sense, she wouldn't personally be affected by council's decision one way or another, and neither am I. But I just wanted to alert councillors to that. Now, a letter has come from Gecko, and that has asked us about the survey that was undertaken. The CEO said that there was broad community support. Can we understand how many people were asked, please?
Take it on notice.
Yeah, I can take that on notice.
And how many of those people were First Nations? Thank you very much. I think without that kind of information, it's really easy to say 53% are in favour or 75%. You know, might be quite a small survey group. Well, that would be good to know before we make a decision. We're being asked to make a decision now. So on that basis, I'm reluctant. Thank you.
Okay. All right, councillors. Anyone want to move the motion? Councillor Castro. He's hot today. Councillor Hamill. Seconder. Councillor Castro, you want to speak on that?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, look, I think this is something that's, as we all know, has been going around for years and years and years. It keeps coming back. We keep getting more reports, etc., etc. Obviously, we still need more reports, but I think it's important to at least land on a site, and we've now done that. That, to me, makes perfect sense. We've still got, as I say, another report to come back, and now we need to move to that next stage. I don't really want to get into too much debate given that, but I think everyone knows and has known for years my view on a cableway. I think we should be going down this track to see whether when we finally do all our community consultation and we get that proposed route, that obviously it's got to stack up environmentally and in every other way. Hopefully it does, because I believe that we certainly should be interrogating this, as this city is in desperate need of new tourism offerings. So I'll just leave it at that. So,
Okay, speak against the motion, Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, it might not be much of a surprise to you that I have to speak against this motion today. The motion in front of us, Mr Mayor, starts by noting the findings, and I'd say that while in noting the findings, it might be considered that a councillor agrees with the findings, but I think it's fair to say the findings are no more speculative for one route than any other, given the general lack of detail that continues to plague this project, having regard to how many entities have apparently expressed interest, Mr Mayor. For number 2 in the resolution we're thinking about today, any councillor supporting this motion should assume it supports one of 2 possible route options, as there's really only 2 eastern roads that connect to Springbrook or that particular part of the hinterland area. From the Mudgebar south of the mountain, that would involve such assets such as MP Ray Stevens linked Polly's Country Kitchen or nearby sites. Polly's is 13.7 kilometres in distance on the road to the SES on Carrick's Road, which is located just behind the clearing known as the Settlement, long rumoured to be the best eastern site on top of the mountain for a Cableway terminal. It's 12 kilometres from Polly's to the Fudge Shop, which is just adjacent Eaglemont. 12 to 14 kilometres is significantly longer and ultimately more expensive than the 4 to 7 kilometres cableway, than the 4 to 7 kilometre cableway that's anticipated in models in our previous reports. For comparison, the $1.8 million Whitsundays cableway is a $100 million project for just 1.8 kilometres. To suggest a proponent could build a 12-kilometre cableway 6 times that length, this time across World Heritage biodiversity and environmental areas, and areas already that have a precedent for some geotechnical issues, for around the $150 to $250 million that is outlined in our previous feasibility reports, frankly seems ridiculous. The second possible route to Springbrook is up the road reserve that we colloquially know as the Cream Track. It's from Tallabudra Valley in Division 14 to the southern end of the Springbrook Plateau. It is approximately 4 to 5 kilometres as the bird flies, depending on which private property you start from at the bottom of the hill, but still traverses delicate World Heritage biodiversity areas of Springbrook National Park just north of Mount Cougal. The road reserve at the bottom is much more isolated, much more local, and primarily used by local residents. To support number 2 in the resolution before us, councillors should understand that they're primarily directing officers to investigate these 2 route options. And I appreciate there might be some variation in those options, but they're the 2 roads that would connect, and there would maybe be 5 or 6 or 7 routes each from each of those roads, but the reality is to investigate these 2 options is what we're directing officers to do, one of which appears to be a $500 to $600 million exercise for its length, and one that would transform predominantly a residential dead end into a tourism hub for our city. To support number 3 up here, our councillor might be considered disingenuous. I can't personally support it, given we're already in mid-2026. The next cycle of reports isn't till July, although I am encouraged to hear from the CEO today that it's possible we might get another report in August. Frankly, I think this clause should be adjusted to denote a more realistic timeframe of December 2026, Mr Mayor. Notwithstanding this analysis of the motion being considered by the council today, I can't find the gumption to back such a speculative concept any further, with considerable funds continuing to be diverted to advance this idea, while evidently half a dozen actual proponents wait in the wings until council decides to stop spending public money on the idea to make it cheaper for the final construct and operate consortia. We have other great ideas in this city that demand our attention and our resources, that are less likely to be presented with insurmountable environmental, social, geotechnical and engineering obstacles, or at the very least, a selection of major projects that have obstacles requiring less funds to overcome. Our resources should be deployed from this project to those more achievable and beneficial projects that have less chance to undermine our environmental credentials established over the past decade or so, and as are outlined in our Natural City Story Map online in the public domain for any member of the public to review. Accordingly, I can't support the motion being considered today, Mr Mayor. I encourage my colleagues to reject it and instead support a foreshadowed motion that 1, notes the report, and 2, states that council take no further action on the Cableway project and redeploys any unspent budget to the Strategic Priority Reserve.
Okay.
It's a foreshadowed motion.
Mr CEO, I just want to ask you a couple of questions there to be clear. Is the route, is it the 2 route that was mentioned
3
by Councillor Tozer? And the other thing that I want to ask also, should we go ahead and come back with this, at the same time, will you be able to set out the potential private-public partnership scenario? Because I always thought that was the way to go. So therefore, the quoting of project budget and all that by itself is really not truly correct when we are not diving into council funds to do this project.
Yep, so a couple of things through you, Mr Mayor. So firstly, there are not 3, there are 10 current routes that are being looked at the moment, and the plan is to reduce those down to 3. The second thing is I think it is far too early to be talking about costs. So councillors would be more used to this. So if you looked at a road and said that road cost $50 million to build, and then you tried to apply that same logic to a road in a completely different area with a completely different topography and said, oh, well, that's how much that road's going to be, that would just be crazy. So we don't know the route, we don't know the topography, and because we don't know
Council has already resolved in a report tabled in this chambers about a cost.
No, let Council CEO...
I wasn't speculating on that, Mr Mayor.
No, just thank you.
So there are multiple routes being chosen. Each route has their own benefits and disadvantages, each have their own costs, and I can tell you they will be widely different in cost depending on where you go. That's the point I'm making. And to equate the costs of a project that was done in a completely different area with completely different topography and try to apply that to 10 routes for which we haven't decided what the 3 we're going to use is just crazy, and it's not the right equation. We're going through this in a very structured and sensible way. We have ruled out the option that's on the table today. That's all that we're doing. We're asking you to endorse Springbrook so that we can look at those 10 routes, and then of those 10, what are the 3 best routes? To the Mayor's specific question about private-public partnerships, we've done some initial market sounding, and it appears that if we get the route right, we get the route correct, that there is absolutely that interest. That's what the report at the end of the year will say. That's what it will look at.
Okay, and so just another question there, mid-2026, can I just put what month you reckon? It's easier.
July.
Can you change that to, if you don't mind, Councillor Castro, that instead of mid-20, we just go July meeting? Okay. Councillor Hamill, you're right with that? We're targeting for July? All right. Anyone else wants to speak again for the motion? Councillor Lacastre, you can close.
Mr Mayor, actually, I'm just going to, if you'll accept this, defer to Councillor Hamill to close, because I think he had a few things he wanted to say, and I've basically said what I had to say.
Mr Mayor, thank you, and thank you to Councillor Castro for the opportunity to close debate on this item. Mr Mayor, it's something I expressed the last time we looked at this item, was that while impatient with the pace of it, that I understood that we were going through steps now in a process, and that every time we were moving forward to finally having a route on a map to actually discuss, for us to discuss, and for members of the Gold Coast, members of the First Nations community of the Gold Coast to have a real discussion about. And that still remains my goal from this, is that to have gone this far down the rabbit hole and then not be prepared to go the extra little time and a little bit of extra money to get to an actual route on a map and have a real conversation with the community about a project, I think would be a waste of ratepayer funds, given how much time and resources gone into this. So I very much look forward to the July report, where we will have some lines on a map that show some routes and some other detail that we can finally get into the next level of detail. I, along with all councillors, are very cognizant of what we spend our money towards. The little bit of extra resource and time to get to the next step, I think, is an appropriate one to take, and would ask councillors support the report today, the little bit of an update that we've got from this report, and look forward to the July report, where we are promised a lot more detail to hopefully answer not just Councillor Tozer's questions, but many of the other questions we all have in this project.
Okay. Debate's closed, councillors. Division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Doran, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor.
Against?
Councillor Young, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Motion carried. Okay, we go to 16.6. Mr CEO, you're excused.
So all the officers?
No, they don't. This is in open.
Oh, we know.
Yeah, we're in open. I just want you to go. The officers can stay, the relevant one. But if they're not relevant, they can go. All right, councillors, Streetley's still alive. we're going. I'm just waiting for the CEO to exit. Can you put? Here we go. The recommendation there, councillors, on the screen. Councillors, I move first up the standard confidential clause, and the second one, which I'll read out. The council notes the outcome of the CEO officer's annual performance appraisal for the period ending 27 March 2026. I need a seconder. Councillor Tozer, thank you. Speak on it. Well, there's a lot of efforts being put into this, and you can see the attachment there. I specifically will thank my former Chief of Staff, Luke Wallace, who absolutely went through, sat on every single meeting with me and went through in details, took a lot of notes, and I relied on him very much regarding coming out with a result. And so I just want to put my vote of thanks there out in the open, and the calculation is, of course, in the grey paper. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Councillor Gates?
I don't wish to speak against it, but I did have a couple of questions that arose.
You'll have to stand up. Are you standing up?
No, but I thought we were in close.
No, we're not.
Oh, well, I
didn't go to close.
Could we please?
All right. You move to close?
I would like to move to close, thank
And the reason?
It's a staff matter.
Staff matter? Okay. Seconder? Councillor Martin, streaming off. Carried. Thumbs up. Gallery's open. There's a motion afoot. I ask if anyone wants to speak against. No. The debate's closed. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Carry. Unanimous. there's no other items. The meeting's closed. For those going to Mortal Kombat 2, enjoy. It's premiere. No, Mortal Kombat 2. I'll see you there.